trouble hearing us down there in the pits, you can tune into the radio station at 92.7 FM. As well as that, you can follow the active Mission Raceway Twitter at Mission Raceway, where you'll be having run orders along with lane assignments and lane calls being posted, as well as any sort of additional information that may be relevant to you. And at this time, we're going to make the call for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pro Bracket, come on down lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we will roll into Sportsman qualifying on this Sunday morning. And first pairing up, Steve Baskerville and Carson Barlow. Baskerville goes 110 on the tree, but Carson Barlow quickly bests that with an 041. The Golf gets there first, though, 11.892 at 113 miles an hour. Carson Barlow in the C10 at 13.698 at 96 miles an hour. So the red lights turn on as a problem with one of the quarter-mile sensors up at the quarter-mile. Going to quickly rush out there to get that rectified, and we should be back up and running in a few minutes. issue resolved, we're going to bring up Devin Dickey in the More Motorsports and Badass Garage S10. Bo Dickey usually the driver of this vehicle, but well, his dad decided to take it out for a run today. He'll race Colin Moore, the 1963 Ford Fairlane. Colin Moore turns on the red light by 13 thou. Devin Dickey will run through first. 13.197 at 103 miles an hour. Colin Moore, 14.455 at 94 miles an hour. Well, our sensors don't want us to remain on schedule today, it would seem. As once more, the red lights tick on and the safety crew rushes out to take a look. Sportsman waiting patiently on the start line in the 1978 Monte Carlo, along with Jim Mantle out of Black Creek in the 1977 AMC Pacer. And well, this short delay just turned into a slightly extended delay as they're going to go ahead and replace the entire timing block out there as, well, 2 in a row plus an issue clicking on as they wrap up fixing it. Means there's probably a little bit more than just having to mildly adjust something. So they're going to replace the block out there. And hopefully we'll be back up and running in just a few minutes here. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Pro, you are on standby. Vancouver Car Wrap, Super Pro, you are on standby. Okay, let's try this again. Third time's the charm. Kai Jessman redoes the burnout. And will now roll forward into the stage beams. .015 to an .042. The Monte Carlo way out in front of the Pacer goes 12.236 at 110 miles an hour. Jim Mantle's Pacer 14.528 at 89 miles an hour. Bring out the next pairing of Mark Muscan and the Muscan Family Racing. Studebaker will go up against Archie Limbright. Archie Limbright gets there first by a mile, 13.597, 97 miles an hour. Mark Muscant, 16.299 at 84 miles an hour. Bring up Randy Hermsen in the Winged Behemoth Oldsmobile, racing Joanna Robello's Corvette. And Hermsen turns on the red bulb. 62. The driver out of pit medals in the Corvette, 220 to the good. Hermsen goes 13.519 at 102 miles an hour. Joanne Robello, 14.144 at 95 miles an hour. Next pair, Jan Christensen of the Old Car Center and Tybro Constructors 1967 Chevrolet pickup going against Ron Clark out of Port Alberni in the Chevelle. And it's an 059 on the tree for Christensen, TCS side. In the Lordco lane, it's Ron Clark with an 017 light. Close race at the top end. 100th of a second says Clark gets there first. 12.606, 105 miles an hour. Christensen, 12.577 at 106. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Vancouver Car Wrap, Super Pro, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Eric Hansen in the North Vancouver Transmissions Plymouth will race Sidney Jung in the Malibu. 047 to 073, and it'll be Sydney Jung to the quarter mile. 11.993 at 108 miles an hour for the right lane. Left lane says 13.202 at 99 miles an hour. Next pairing, James McKinnon in the GMC Blazer will race out Learmonth's Nova. Al Learmonth puts down a 13.563, 99 miles an hour. James McKinnon, 13.502 at 98 miles an hour. That brings up Sylvia Hoekstens in the Ford Mustang as the last driver to put down a time at Sportsman qualifying. Hoekstens goes 12.52 with a 4 at 106 miles an hour. Wrap it up for TDN Constructor Sportsman qualifying into Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying. And the first pairing in Pro Bracket will be Stu Funk in the Chevelle from Hell. We'll go up against Mal Patterson's Malfunction Acadian for Albion Tireland. Two red lights, 063 to a 303. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Peden Industries, Junior Dragsters, we're calling you to the lanes. Junior Thunder, bring it up to lane 1. Junior Lightning, come on up to lane 2. And Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo, you are on standby. Walter Johnson up next in the Chevelle will go up against Jordan Almoose in the Dart. Two red lights, 022 to a 141. We're going to alter that standby call. Super Combo can stand down and stand by Hot Rod. Negrobello going to be out next out of Maple Ridge, going up against Brian Prescott's Chevelle from Abbotsford. Brian Prescott out in front, but can't stay there. Nick Rebello goes down with an 11.257, 116 miles an hour. Prescott an 11.629 at 116. Next pairing, Ray Bollinger in the Testin2.com 1963 Pontiac GTO will race Jeff Whitworth in the Precise Mechanical S10. And that brings up Veronica Hodgson's Dodge Dart. Will race Ross Walker's Chevy 2. Ross Walker throws down a 009. That'll promote him to the number 1 qualifying spot for now. Veronica Hodgson was 0.34 on the tree. Walker goes 130 miles an hour for a 10.094 time. For Veronica Hodgson, it was a 12.604 at 107 miles an hour. Murphy's Law Firebird up next here, Tower Side, driven by John Vandeven, will go up against the Ritchie Racing Engines Nova, driven by Del Northgraves. .094 to an .018. Vandeven gets there first, 10.396, 126 miles an hour. Northgraves was 10.628 at 125 miles an hour. Kevin McCauley in the old school Cutlass turns on the Red Bull by 0.06 of a second. Steve Baskerville off on an 080 light. $11.99 with a 9 at 110 miles an hour for McCauley. 11.967 at 111 miles an hour for Baskerville. Darren Burt from Sydney. In the 68 Nova racing Doug Marshall in the Chevy 2 that he calls Marcia. $132 miles an hour at 9.987 for Darren Bird. Doug Marshall was 10.127 at 129 miles an hour. Craig Johnson and the Johnson's Custom Exhaust Machine up next for Rad Torque Systems. He'll race Dylan Cairns in the Blazer. .042 on the tree for Craig Johnson. Dylan Cairns was a 2.03. 11.693, 112 miles an hour. Cairns went 11.779 at 112 miles an hour. Kevin Garlock up next in the 1971 Chevy Camaro will go up against Carl Gronme's El Camino. Garlock's had his fair share of troubles over the weekend and is looking to end his weekend up on a high. Gronme was 0.12 on the tree. Garlock was 2.84. 9.096, 142 miles an hour for Garlock. 9.95 at the 7 at 128 for Gronme. Next pairing, Lorenz Schwartz for Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop in his Monte Carlo against Anthony Katnick in the Mustang. Katnick went red on his first pass and first round of eliminations yesterday. Trying to see if he can make it at least one round further today. And Lorenz Schwartz throws down a 001 with Anthony Katnick at 217. Your new number 1 qualifier goes 10.245, 131 miles an hour. Anthony Katnick 11.071 and 126. Next pairing, Brian Vader in the Dart. Heather Hornall in the Brady Electrical Contracting Sonoma. Oh, 72 to a 161. Brian Vader wheels back down on the ground. 10.085, 132 miles an hour. Heather Hornall, 11.587 at 115 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Canada West Doorslammers. You are on a standby call. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your standby call. You're up in 30. Chris Stone turns on the red bulb in the Stone Cold Racing Dart. And Jim Benke goes 0.36 and follows that up with a 10.124, 131 miles an hour. Chris Stone, 10.184 at 129 miles an hour. Next up, Kim Cornish in the Stang 2 and Eric Stone's Malibu. Eric Stone had purchased that car in 2021 after he had it in storage for 10 years. Been having some fairly solid hits with that car out of Lake Country. Kim Cornish goes 0.44 red. Eric Stone gets there first, 10.456 at 115 miles an hour Lordco side. Cornish 11.304 at 116 miles an hour Tower side. That brings up Dennis Winton of the Shaggy Bel Air from 1966. Will race Rick McKinney in the super stock new Magoo Camaro. Pair of good lights there, 0.21 to an 0.10. Rick McKinney drags out 10.426 at 126 miles an hour. Dennis Winton 11.926 at 110 miles an hour. Bring up Dustin Hunter in the It's Falcon Fast Ford Falcon, racing Don Almas in the Dart. $14,000 red for Almas as they both head down track. $9.019 for Dustin Hunter at 149 miles an hour. Don Almas at 9.783, 135 miles an hour. That wraps up Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying. With that, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, Badass Garage Hot Rod. We need you to lanes 3 and 4. Hot Rod, we need you in lanes 3 and 4. Rolling into Vancouver, Car Wraps Super Pro. Nothing on file for the driver TCS side for now. Martin Rochelle will go up in the Malibu. $0.14 to an $0.29. 10.869, 123 miles an hour for the driver, TCS side. Lordco side, Martin Rochelle ran a 10.913 at 126 miles an hour. We have John Jenkins in the McKenzie Racing and Lordco Auto Parts S10 for Restruction Building Services. Racing Mike Stewart at the Super Chicklet Chevy 2 for Ken Specialty Auto Kit Trailers of Buggy Speedy Excavating. 002 on the tree for Stewart, 010 red for Jenkins. Stewart goes 10.079, 131 miles an hour, 10.707 at 122 miles an hour for Jenkins. Wes Voth over here, TCS side in his Lordco Auto Parts and Acme machine. In his 1983 Firebird, this is his 13th year of racing. And he'll go up against Shane Williamson's Dragster from 2000 for Williamson Auto. .676, 166 miles an hour for Shane Williamson. The Firebird goes 950 with a 1 at 141 miles an hour. Next pairing, Al McKay Smith in the Nova, and one of yesterday's finalists, Stephen Robert in the Bucket Chevy Roadster. Well, work needs to be done for Al McKay Smith on the starting tree as he has a 1.3 second reaction time. Stephen Robert goes 0.67. So it's a 9.600 at 136 miles an hour. Robert ran a 9.051 at 144 miles an hour. Bring up John Braney in the Camaro. Will go up against Zach Piston Liston out of Mount Vernon, Washington in the Out of Wallet Racing Chevy Bel Air. Piston Listen goes through with an 8.34 with a 4, 162 miles an hour. Branning put down a 9.184 at 148 miles an hour. Jan Christensen back up in the El Gringo Chevrolet. Going up against Steve McKenzie in the Cavalier. .016, .041 for both lanes respectively, and Christensen gets there first. 8.584, 157 miles an hour. 9.258 at 143. Kelly Voss making a return to the hardtail dragster. Lost to Emily Gerard in yesterday's eliminations. Dan Parsons bringing the Quality Racing Duster back for more. Parsons a frequent Super Street runner, and we're likely going to be seeing him back up for Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo later on today. Parsons engages the throttle stop on a 007 ball. Voss was an 016. Kelly Voss an 8.971, 145 miles an hour. Dan Parsons 10.936 at 129. Bring out Richard Love's SS Motorsports 1989 S10. Emily Gerard was not able to finish eliminations yesterday in her undercover dragsters for Rad Torque Systems, JS Power Sports, and Shear Solutions. Apparent mechanical issues with that car, but looks like whatever those issues have been rectified as she now gets set to qualify for this Sunday's race. .031 to an .092. Emily Gerard off and flying towards the top end. 7.455, 179 miles an hour. And 10.883 at 124 for Richard Love. Jeff Whitworth up next. And the Precise Mechanical Repairs 1984 Chevrolet will race Dan Provost and the Rad Torque Systems M&M Dragster. .007 for Provo. Whitworth in hot pursuit. The Dragster lifts off before the quarter mile. Was already 163 miles an hour and just the 8th. Jeff Whitworth went a 9.958 at 133 miles an hour. That leaves Craig Johnson in the Johnson's Custom Exhaust Malibu wagon. Johnson runs a 10.874 at 119 miles an hour. That wraps up Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro qualifying. Up next will be the Peden Industries Junior Dragsters. Roll into Junior Thunder. We're going to bring up the first pairing, Cadence Rodrigue in the 2006 Creative Dragster for Ken Specialty Auto, Tri-City Cutting, Corvette West, and Milron Truck Body. will go up against Emily White in the White Lightning Racing for Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Lordco Auto Parts, Walco, and SNT Enterprises. These junior class is only a third size of full-size dragsters. .214 to an 028. Emily White gets there first. 8.911, 72 miles an hour. Cadence Rodriguez at 11.925 at 52. That brings up Nick Bond and Connor Jackson, the JBS Equipment Junior Dragster, going up against the TKO Hot Rods and Fitness Lab 2009 Markton machine. And it's an 8.951 at 73 miles an hour for Nick Bond. Connor Jackson, a 9.268 at 71.8 miles an hour. Next one up, April Bond for JBS Equipment will race Adam Katnick in TK Performance. Some last tune-ups being done for Adam Katnick's car as April Bond starts to move her way forward. April Bond times it out as Adam Katnick will get a solo run out to the 8th. He'll go 8.99 with a 9 at 72 miles an hour. So it will be no time logged for April Bond. And attention in the pits. Junior Street. We're calling Junior Street to the staging lanes. We're also going to bring on motorcycles to lane 2. So motorcycles, you can make your way on up to lane number 2. Wesley Armstrong goes 0.48 red on the tree with Carson Brimacombe at 3.29. Carson Brimacombe, 12.25A, 47 miles an hour. Wesley Armstrong went 13.91 with a 0 at 44 miles an hour. Bringing up the next pairing of Nate Green for Green Brothers Racing, along with JBS Equipment and Titanium Auto Group. We'll race Hunter Galland in the BDL Automotive, Diversified Metalworks, and Rocket Coatings Jr. .133 green for Nate Green. Hunter Gallant, though, goes double 06. So Hunter Gallant puts down the number one qualifying time as he'll put down a 12.160 at 51 miles an hour. Also at 51 miles an hour will be a 12.129 for Nate Green. I think this will make this one of the final passes in Junior Thunder. There's one more I see coming around the water box. Ashton Katnick for TK Performance going up with Brody Brimacombe, excuse me, for Dwight at Dominion Lending. Katnick turns on the red ball by over a tenth. Brody Brimacombe, 5.87 to the green. 14.026 at 46 miles an hour for Ashton Katnick. Brody Brimacombe, 15.11 with a 6 at 40 miles an hour. Next one up, Alex Green for JBS Equipment, Titanium Auto Group, and Green Brothers Racing against Alana Everett in the Bubba Speed Shop and Old Car Center Junior Dragster for your final pass in Junior Thunder. Alex Green, 14.067, 44 miles an hour. Alana Everett, 14.494 at 41 miles an hour. Into Junior Lightning, where the speeds are a bit faster, the cars are a bit louder, the times a little bit quicker. Lincoln Shirk up first in the Mike Boss Titanium Auto Group, Ragtor Systems, and Bubba Speed Shop Dragster from 2005. Going up against Colton Moore into the Moore Motorsports Mike Boss Junior Dragster. That car new to 2022, wasn't even painted in time for the first race this season. For JBS Equipment, Total Dairy Solutions, Big Tires Plus, and Big Kids Racing. 141.047. On the tree, Colton Morin goes 795 with a 4 at 83 miles an hour. Lincoln Shirk 814 with a 1, 79 miles an hour. CL Gagnon out of Qualicum Beach for Big Kids Racing and Titanium Auto Group going up against Abigail White for White Lightning Racing. Her car also sponsored by TK Performance, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, and Lordco Auto Parts. .015, 044, CL Gagnon hightailing it towards the 8th mile, 8.193, 80 miles an hour. TCS time, but Abigail White got there first, 7.952 at 82 miles an hour. Emma Debris Coos for Straight Line Race Cars and B&D Lift Trucks out of Shawnigan Lake will be going up against Lexi Winterbottom for the Bowtie Ventures and Hobo Racing Machine. Nine hundredths to 800ths on the tree for Emma Debris Coos and Lexi Winterbottom. Emma got there first, 8.016, 81 miles an hour. Lexi Winterbottom went 8.33 with a 1 at exactly 78 miles an hour. Bring up Aiden Katnick for TK Performance as the last driver in Junior Lightning. Katnick turns on the red ball by 0.5 of a second. Runs through first at 7.97 with an 8 at 80.6 miles an hour. That wraps up Peden Industries Junior Dragsters. Next on up, Badass Garage Hot Rod will be rolling into the water box for their only round of qualifying this morning. Next up, Rob Monroe in the 1969 Acadian for Hot Rod will be going up against Ken Christensen out of Salmon Arm. The Tybro Construction in the Old Car Center Chevy pickup. Christensen's already qualified, and Sportsman trying to get set up here in Hot Rod. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Winter, Harbor, Marina, and RV, Canada West Doorslammers. We're calling you to 5 and 6. Canada West Doorslammers. We need you to 5 and 6 for your final qualifying hit. Standby Super Combo. Brad Owens out of Bellingham in the Bel Air goes 064 red on the tree. Brady Peterson's Fairlane was 072 to the good. Kim John Kine coming on up in the pickup truck over here. TCS side will go up against Randy Hermson's Winged Behemoth in the Oldsmobile. .076 for John Kind, .082 for Randy Hermson. .034 at 104 miles an hour. Randy Hermson to 13.445 at 102. It sets the new number 1 qualifying reaction time of an 0:14 on the tree. Following that up with an 11.618 at 116 miles an hour. And with that, we'll roll with Terry Charles in the straight axle Bel Air to race against Martin Jackman's Chevelle wagon. Martin Jackman turns on the red bell by 10,000ths of a second. Terry Charles goes a 10.037, 130 miles an hour. Jackman a 13.002 at 104 miles an hour. That brings up not Terry Charles, Larry Rodenizer in the Old Yeller by a Lordco Auto Parts Ford machine from 1946. Racing Ron Clark's Chevelle. .9464, 140 miles an hour. Ron Clark at 12.56 with a 1 at 105. That brings up Rob Hodgson in the 67 Plymouth to race Graham Edney in the G&E Enterprises Ford Roadster. Edney goes 9.838 at 124 miles an hour. Rob Hodgson to 10.879 at 122. Glenn Fillion bringing up the AMX. And Dennis Winton goes to the new number 1 qualifying spot with the 007 in the Shaggy Bel Air. Sylvia Hooksten's back up for more in her Ford Mustang from 1966 with Jody Wilson right beside her in the It's Go Time Wilson Racing Chevy Bel Air. Jody Wilson goes through with a 10.678, 123 miles an hour. Sylvia Hooksten's at 12.596 at 106 miles an hour. Jim Banky up next in the Rad Torque Systems Plymouth Barracuda. Jim Banky always trying to go for those trip zips if he doesn't have enough mugs already. Puts on a 003 red light. 10.101 at 131 miles an hour. Burt Worrell coming on up in the Nova to race Jordan Almoss in the Dart. Pair of orange machines. Bright neon orange, can't miss them. About to head down the track. .44 in the tree for Burt Worrell. Jordan Almoss in 088. Worrell goes 10.226, 130 miles an hour. Almoss in 11.38 with an 8 at 116. Darren Burt in the Nova with Doug Marshall and the Chevy 2 right beside him. Blair Criddle bringing up the 1927 Ford Roadster for precision performance. We'll be going up against Jamie Wellwood in the Altered. Wellwood carried those front tires until about the 60-foot, sets it back down on a 002 light, runs 8.23 with the 2, 157 miles an hour. Blair Criddle at 10.34 with a 6 at 88. Leave it up for Russell Jeffrey out of Aldergrove in the Nova. Will race Rob Monroe Sr. in the White Knuckle Racing Model A for their final pass in Hot Rod. One and a half tenths red for Rob Monroe Sr. as he really picked those front wheels up out of the gate. 9.012, 146 miles an hour. Russell Jeffrey a 9.25 with the 2 at 146. That'll wrap it up for Hot Rod, sponsored by Badass Garage for their first and only qualifying hit of the morning. Bring it up for Peden Industries, Junior Street. Pair of pickup trucks on the line. Tyler Smith for Zapstrap Racing. Going up against Richard Peterson out of Grand Prairie, Alberta. In the Pro Power Management machine. It's been a fairly small junior street field throughout the entirety of this year. In fact, there have even been some races in the NHRA Summit ET series here where we haven't even had a junior street field. Other times we've only had a single driver. And that single driver was actually Bo Dickey before he graduated up to running Sportsman. Only 3 cars a day, but it's actually one of the biggest junior street fields we've had all season long so far. Tara Monroe out of Surrey going to be the last driver up for Junior Street. So with Peden Industry Junior Street wrapped up, we move into Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycles. Bringing up for Dieter Gerst and the Torque Twisters Racing Harley Davidson, racing Rob Forder in the Graceland Garage 1998 Buell. Rob Forder getting way over to the left side of the groove. Gets back into the center line, though, and Dieter Gerst, 977 with the 6 out at 135 miles an hour. Rob Forder straight down the middle of the groove by the quarter mile, 12.654, 101 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Lordco Auto Parts, Super Combo. We're going to call you to lanes 1 and 2. Super Combo, lanes 1 and 2. BC Super Shifters, you're on standby. Dylan Keeler and the Torque Twisters racing Harley Davidson from 2007, racing Roger Bouchard. Roger Bouchard gets there handsomely, 8.359, 142 miles an hour. Killer puts down an 11.055 at 119 miles an hour. Next pairing, Al Oman in the Thrifty Machine Shop Kawasaki, the 13 times MRP champion, going to be racing Daryl Storzuk on the Suzuki. Storzuk out of the quarter mile, 8.422, 152 miles an hour. Al Oman, 9.178 at 141. Now, if you want to see a one fast bike, head on down to the fence or up to the stands. Got a Pro Mod bike. Bill McDonald on his Kawasaki. Looks like he's decided to actually go racing here in the motorcycle category. 272 on the tree. Full pull for Bill McDonald. 6, 2, 3, 5. 219 miles an hour on the Pro Mod bike. That'll wrap it up for Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycle qualifying. Next on up, it will be the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers. About 5 to 11:30 in the morning on this beautiful Sunday for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. As you can see, Valley Tech Productions on the property once again. I want to give a big thanks to them for being able to put on the production that they do. If you're feeling peckish, Half Track Snack Shack is open for business, currently serving lunch. Personally, for me, it's always a confusing decision. Do I get the cheeseburgers or the chicken strips? The fries is a must. It's not going to be as hot as yesterday, but still hot enough for some ice cream sandwiches. You can pick those up and some MRP apparel over in the Pro Shop, which is right across the way. Flying crews doing some extra track prep, spraying down some extra traction compound, making sure everything is in tip-top shape for the final round of Doorslammer qualifying before we will roll into eliminations for all classes for the rest of the day.
From imports to domestics, Mcleod's drivetrain components are built to handle the abuse. Clutches, flywheels, and transmissions. Mcleod's 25,000 square foot manufacturing facility will accommodate you no matter what you drive. From the street to the track, become Mcleod equipped.
Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers coming around the corner. This weekend is sponsored by Greenlight Auto Sales. First pairing, Paul DeBree Jr. for Straight Line Race Cars and Brad D. Lift Trucks in the Valiant, and Dave Warren in the Blue Max Bel Air. Paul DeBree Jr. staged for his final qualifying hit, as is Dave Warren. Both drivers away on green bulbs. Warren trying to prove a 7.999, and he does. Paul DeBree Jr. though will stay 16th. With that 7.914 pass, Dave Warren's just improved up to 10th. Bringing up Brian Ritchie in the Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Chevelle. While Rod Leclerc backs it up from his extremely long burnout in the Paradise Homes Camaro. Leclerc currently sits number 1. 6.77 with a 5 at 203 miles an hour. Brian Ritchie sits 11th with a 7.963 at 172. .018 to an .033. Rod Leclerc off on a tear. 6.788. Not able to improve on the number 1 spot. Brian Ritchie, a 7.934, will improve on his time, but not on his position. He'll stay 11th, 0.02 of a second behind Dave Warren. Jason Field, the owner of Greenlight Auto Sales and Finance, this weekend's title sponsor for the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers. He's sponsored by VP Fuel Distributors in the Little Overkill Nova. Will be raced against the Total Dairy Solutions and Artex Barnes 1967 Camaro by Adam DeYoung. You have to run an 8.70 or quicker. Jason Field with an 8.228 for the number 12 spot. DeYoung an 8.465 for 17th. 009 to an 063. Adam DeYoung not going to get there first. Jason Field improves by 6 thou on his qualifying order. Adam DeYoung will also improve to 15th. James Kennedy sits 9th in the Blueberry 2004 Pontiac Grand Am with a 7.707 at 177 miles an hour, so a run of the sevens there apparently for Kennedy. Bill Bolt in the Brutus Truck Bodies Camaro sits 20th, just barely making the field with an 8.639 at 159. Bolt has already fully staged, but due to courtesy staging, he has to back out. That's the rule. You must wait for your opponent to pre-stage before you're allowed to fully stage. .006 red for Kennedy, 002 to the good for Bill Bolt. Kennedy runs a 7.6.7 with a 0, improves on his qualifying run. Bill Bolt does not. That moves James Kennedy from 9th to 8th, overtaking Grant Howell. Next pairing, Peter Lakanis. The Transporters Logistics Corvette sits 18th with an 8.62 with a 2. Going up against your number 14 qualifier, Mark Schupener. The Seal Power Wix Filters Lumina. He has an 8.30 with a 4. Very good reaction times, just 5 thou apart on the tree. 8.31 with a 6. Schupener will not improve. Peter Lakanis will, though. 8.58 with a 4 on the 8.62. He will improve on his time, but again, not on his position. He stays 18th. Blake Miller, 8.695 for the number 21 spot in the Searles Auto Repair Camaro. The heavy equipment mechanic Chevrolet, driven by Howie Winklehorst, currently sits 13th with an 8.293. .005 for Blake Miller. A lot of these guys really knocking that tree down. Improving slightly for both drivers as well. But they will stay 13th and 21st respectively. Attention to the pits. Mcleod Super Shifters, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Super Shifters, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Stand by Sportsman for first round of eliminations. Henry Zacharias bringing up the Zacharias Inventory Limited Corvette, number 7 on the qualifying boards of the 760 with a 1. Going up against Tom Katnick in the number 6 spot, a 759 with a 3. Katnick running the TK Performance Chevy Camaro. Trouble sets in for Tom Katnick. Couldn't get the car staged. Zacharias runs through. 7.72 with a 4 will not improve on his time. Good news for Tom Katnick. He's still in the show. He's still number 6. Bring it up for John DeYoung. One of the fastest cars in this class. Has the number 3 spot with a 688 with an 8 at 201 miles an hour. And his Artex Barnes and Total Dairy Solutions Camaro will race Derek Shirk's Titanium Auto Group Dakota. Well, it's really Jay's Dakota. He typically runs a Bel Air himself, but that car did break for this weekend. Sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, JS Power Sports, Bubba Speed Shop, and Rad Torch Systems. Shirk sits number 5 with a 7:58.2. That's 177 miles an hour. Oh, 11 to a 196. John DeYoung improves by about 0.04 of a second. Goes 684 with a 4, 202 miles an hour. But neither driver improve on their positions. Paul Stretch in the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier sits number 4 in the qualifying boards with a 732 at a $188. Grant Howell up in the Chevrolet with a 769 with a 6 at 174 miles an hour. And 003 for Stretch on the tree as he will run it out to the quarter mile. Pops the chute, 7:26 with a 0, improving by about half a tenth on 189 miles an hour. Grant Howell sits 8th. Paul Stretch has just improved to 4th. That'll wrap it up for Canada West Doorslammers. We will roll into Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. Nick Angelucci bringing up the Malibu will be racing John Lackey in the Lackey Racing 1966 Acadian. Now, as these guys start their qualifying runs, yesterday the Lordco Super Combo Series paid tribute to a fellow racer, Craig Bickle. It's the 10th anniversary of the Craig Bickle Memorial Race, and it has been 11 years since Craig's passing. And as John Lackey goes down, wanted to congratulate John Lackey on his win. He'll get to display that trophy proudly over the next year. The trophy is an exact replica of Craig's car. And was built by hand by Otto Schulte, Warren Jacobson, and Terry Langdon Davies. So if you stop by John's pit today, I'm sure he will be more than happy to show it off. Craig was a dedicated racer in the Super Street category at both local, divisional, and in fact national events, and his quirky sense of humor was and always will be around us. We refuse to let the way Craig's life ended to define his legacy. Today, we won't dwell in the darkness he dealt with at the end of his life, and instead, we like to talk about all the ways he brought life into so many lives. Depression is real. If you know anybody that's suffering, reach out. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, report to the staging lanes for first round eliminations. Sportsman to the lanes for first round eliminations. Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. Qualifying round is in the books. We move into Mcleod, BC Super Shifters. And we'll start it off with Dale Posling in the Riff Raff Racing Mustang going up against Andrew Camello. These drivers using all 4 appendages. They got 1 foot on the clutch, 1 foot on the gas, 1 hand on the wheel, 1 hand on the shifter. .018 on the tree for Dale Posnick as he'll run out to the top end. 10.281 at 130 miles an hour. Andrew Camello from Edmonton at 12.516 at 116 miles an hour. Bring up Gordy Abagug out of Kelowna in the BDL Automotive 1967 Chevy Nova. We'll race Scott Winterbottom in the Rags to Riches Top Shop Chevy 2. Whoa, big wheels up launch for Scott Winterbottom, lands hard, and he'll abort his run as Abagug goes to the top end, 8.791 at 149 miles an hour. Wild ride for Scott Winterbottom, Lordco's side. That car launched way higher than he was expected, and it landed hard as well. See that car lifted up onto the wheelie bar, and it made a sharp right towards the wall. Lynn Brook out of Port Angeles, Washington in the Camaro will race Keith Winterbottom in the Rags to Riches Top Shop Nova. .020 on the tree for Winterbottom, red. Gets there first, 872 at 156 miles an hour. Lynn Brook, 8.751 at 155. That leaves the last pass of Mcleod's Super Shifters. Jamie Roth in the Comet. Jamie Roth runs a 10.22 with a 9 at 131 miles an hour. Attention to the pits. Hot rod runners, there's going to be a new ladder posted down below behind the timing tower.
These have to go back downstairs.
To the hot rod runners, you're going to have a new ladder posted at the base and behind the timing tower. All qualifying hits are complete. Oh, sorry, we do have some more cars yet up for Super Shifters. My mistake. Will Zorick in the Chevrolet will go up against Alan Lohan in the Falcon. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Bubba Speed Shop, Pro Bracken, we need you in the staging lanes. Bubba Speed Shop, Pro Bracken, we need you in the staging lanes. Stand by, Super Pro. Oh, 50 red on the tree for Alan Lohed. And in the Lordco lane, it will be 980 with a 3, 126 miles an hour, Will Zorick. 11.242 at 120 miles an hour. Now that will wrap up Mcleod BC Super Shifters qualifying. And we're pretty quickly here going to run into the TDN Constructors Sportsman category for first round of eliminations. Roll into round one eliminations for TDN Constructors Sportsman. It'll be James McKinnon in the GMC Blazer. Will go up against Rob Charlton in the Ram pickup truck for South Island Performance and City to City Auto Transport out of Victoria. Charlton leaves first as James McKinnon starts to chase him down. Both drivers were away on green lights, and at the quarter mile, a breakout for James McKinnon will give it to Rob Charlton, who will move on to the second round. That'll bring Devin Dickey up into the water, or up to the staging lanes with Bay Industrial and Lordco Auto Parts on the car. In his 1993 S10, dialed in at 1320. Sidney Jung in the Malibu will be right up next. As Sidney Jung bests Devin Dick in first round of Sportsman eliminations. Attention, Doorslammers. There will be your first round eliminations ladder posted outside Marcy's trailer within about 5 minutes. Canada West Doorslammers, your ladder will be posted at Marcy's trailer in 5 minutes. Jim Mantle bringing up the 77 Pacer to race Eric Hansen to the North Vancouver Transmissions Plymouth. Both drivers away on green lights. Hansen running, Mantle down. Breaks out though, trying to get there. Jim Mantle, your winner, will move on to round 2. Ron Clark positioning the Chevelle as he gets set to bump in. Only 0.03 of a second will separate these drivers on the tree, so this is for all intents and purposes a heads-up race. Sylvia Hoekstens will leave about a blink of an eye first in the Mustang. And at the quarter mile, Sylvia Hoekstens gets the whole shot win. 0.02 of a second the margin of victory, but Hoekstens had Clark beat by about 1/10 on the tree. Randy Hermson bringing up the winged behemoth Oldsmobile. We'll race Colin Moore's Fairlane, dialed in at 1444. Once again, 2 green bulbs. Haven't had anybody red lighted eliminations just yet. Oh, problem setting in for Colin Moore, as Randy Hermson will easily drive around him before the 8th and will pick up the win. Colin Moore had him beat on the tree, was a 002 light, but when problems set in, well, the mechanical issues don't care how good your light was. Steve Baskerville.
Doorslammer, 25 minutes standby.
Going to be the next one up to the lanes with Kai Jessman of the Monte Carlo. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, 25-minute standby call. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your 25-minute standby call. Oh, 24 red on the tree for Kai Jessman. Just what I was saying, we haven't had any red lights yet. Steve Baskerville will move on into the next round.
You were standing right in the way, so I couldn't do it. Classic.
Mark Muscant. Going to be bringing up that Muscant family racing Studebaker to race Joanna Robello. And Joanna Robello could not be patient. She had to wait over 2 seconds, and the lack of patience will cost her as she eliminates herself in round 1 on a red light. Al Earmonth turns on the red ball by 15 thou. Ken Christensen will get a free pass into the second round of eliminations. That wraps it up then for TDN Constructors Sportsman. And well, Jerry has made his way on up to the booth. How's it going?
Absolutely great. Absolutely great. Day 3. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, I guess, is this is going to be the capper. So great to see all the race fans out here already. Thanks, Nolan. And you get a well-deserved rest here while I pick up on the next rounds of action as we continue on eliminations. This is the Summit ET Racing Series, race number 11. It's their last weekend to collect points to allow them to enter the Team on a Mission series. So everybody looking for that last opportunity. We have just completed the Sportsman category, and that means by my guesstimation, we're going to be rolling into the Pro Bracket, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket category, and that is going to be up momentarily. I see a lot of cars in the staging lanes, so we're certainly getting ready for that. Canada West Doorslammers will be coming back. They've had a standby call, and so they know what's up with them. If you were here last night, of course, it was just a tremendous turnout. Took actually about 15 minutes to exit the facility after everything had started. So great turnout of race fans here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, the category Pro Bracket. It is one reserved for 13 cars running 9 to 13.99. No electronics except for trans brake and 2-step rev control or automated shifter. That is Pro Bracket. Pay attention in the pit, Super Pro. You're being called to the lanes. Bring them up, Super Pro. Bring them up to the lanes. Here's Brian Prescott now and Loren Schwartz. Prescott out of Abbotsford in the 69 Chevelle here, Towers side. Dialed in, 1163, getting the handicap start over Loren Schwartz and his 83 Monte Carlo. Sponsorship from Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop for Loren Schwartz. He's in the white Monte Carlo Lordco lane. So you see the handicap start. Everybody's clean and green off the start line as they head down track. Will Prescott stay out in front is the question. He does not. Schwartz takes the win. 10:28, 119 miles per hour. Which brings up Walter Johnson and Stu Funk. Walter Johnson, home base is Abbotsford, 72 Chevelle here, Tower side. He gets the handicap start against Stu Funk in his 70 Chevelle. Stu's dialed in at 1079. Walter, 1136. So you'll be able to see the handicap fall down on the tree there. Stu now in hot pursuit of a car that left a second or so ahead of him. Not able to get around Walter Johnson, who picks up the win, 1138, 116 miles per hour. So Walter Johnson advancing into the next round as Jeff Whitworth and Kim Cornish roll up into the beams. Jeff Whitworth from Nanaimo. Precise Mechanical sponsorship on that S10. Dialed in at $9.99. Kim Cornish getting the handicap there from Mission. Dialed in at 11:34, so the little Mustang is out in front. At the stripe, though, the S10 gets around Kim Cornish, 10:07, a winning time, 127 miles per hour. Upwards of 32 cars have qualified for the day. So Kevin McCauley and Ross Walker. Next up in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. McCauley dialed in at 12 flat in his 83 Cutlass, the black Cutlass here, tower side. Walker, 10-11. He's driving the 66 Chevy too. And Ross goes red, 008 red, so 8 thousandths of a second. Turning on the red bulb. Kevin McCauley getting the win light, goes 1198, sails through 110 miles an hour. You notice that he did go under his dial, but in the case of a red light, all bets are off, and you can certainly run under your dial because your opponent has ridden it and taken themselves out of competition. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Apparently, Canada West Doorslammers, there was a slight problem with the ladder. That has been adjusted, it's been fixed, and Marcy is just taking that down to her trailer. So she'll have the brand new ladder for you in just a few moments. So she'll be right there. So the win light comes on for Del Northgraves, 1061, 125 miles an hour. And again, a situation of where Dustin Hunter in the Falcon turned on the red light, and so Del was able to go under his dial-in of 1062. He runs 1061, 125 miles an hour. Brian Vader now and Mal Patterson. Wheels way up high from Mal Patterson, the malfunction Acadian. Launching hard off the start line. Great reaction time got him that win. 10:29, 128 miles an hour. Reaction time 009. So, wow, that was spot on. Mal Patterson from Maple Ridge advancing to the next round as we continue on in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Nick Rabello and Russell Jeffrey now. Nick Rabello dialed in 1117. You see that on the scoreboard at the top end, 1117. So he gets the handicap start over Russell Jeffrey, who is in hot pursuit. They both turned on the red light. True Start System picks the lesser offender, and that is Nick Rabello. He runs 1127, 117 miles an hour. Veronica Hodgson now and Dylan Cairns. Dylan's driving the titanium-sponsored 86 Blazer. He's over on the Lordco lane, 1176. Veronica Hodgson over here, dialed in at 1264. She gets the handicap start. So if everybody leaves clean and green, it's going to be decided at the top end, at the stripe. Win light comes on for Veronica Hodgson. 1264 was the dial. She runs 1273, but it was good enough for her to advance into the next round. So Veronica Hodgson picking up that win. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters, we're putting you on standby. We'll be calling you up soon. Junior Dragsters, you're on standby. Aaron Burt and Jordan Almas get set to do battle, and Almas goes red in the darts. Aaron Burt takes the 68 Nova to the win, 998 on a 996 dial. Runs 132 miles an hour for the win and advancing into the next round. Darren from Sydney, BC in that Nova. Here's a car that we used to see out here an awful lot. That is Ray Bollinger and the testandtune.com 63 Pontiac. It's got 355 cubic inches of Chevy power under the hood up against the Mustang of Anthony Camden. Saw the handicap start go to the Mustang. So it's a matter of trying to just stay out in front. Does not do it. Ray Bollinger, crafty, takes the Maple Ridge runner to the next round, 10:68. 118 miles an hour for the win. Ray Bollinger advancing. And that's going to bring up Craig Johnson and Dennis Winton now. Winton driving Shaggy, the 66 Bel Air. Not much of a difference in the handicap or the dial-ins here. 1191 for Dennis Winton. Craig Johnson, 1176. So watch for about a 0.2 difference on the tree. It's all green at the start line. One reaction time better than the other reaction time, which is always the case. Win light comes on for Craig Johnson. Craig Johnson manages to outrun Dennis Winton's 009 reaction time. Johnson runs 11:78 with a 5 at 107 miles per hour for the win. Don Almus now and Doug Marshall. Waiting for cars to clear the top end. Doug Marshall has a 10:08 dial-in and leaves first against the purple dart from Enderby, BC. And it's going to be a win light for Doug Marshall. 10:13 at 120 miles per hour. Heather Hornell now and John Vandevan. Heather gets the handicap start. Heather's out of Chilliwack, sponsored by Brady Electrical Contracting in the 94 Sonoma. And the win light's going to come on, though, for John Vandevan. Goes 10:27. 10:27 at 125 miles an hour. Kevin Garlock now and Steve Baskerville as we continue to roll through Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. 30 cars on the property. So 15 of them will be advancing and 15 will be just on the trailer. Garlock not able to pick up the win because going red. Baskerville takes the golf into the next round, running 11:98 at 110 miles an hour. Here's Chris Stone now and Carl Groney. So Chris Stone, trip zip, perfect reaction time, and that gets him the win against Carl. 10:21 for Chris Stone. Perfect reaction time on the Stone Cold Racing 68 Dodge Dart. 122 miles an hour, so Chris Stone going to be adding another perfect reaction time mug to his collection. It's going to get large. And now Jim Benke and Rick McKinney. Both cars wheels up launch, and they are off and running. Not much in it for a handicap. About 0.3 of a second gone to Rick McKinney, but that was made up by Jim, and he picks up the win with a reaction time of 0:05. So 10:18, 125 miles an hour win for Jim Benke. So by my reckoning, that will complete the elimination round for Pro Bracket. that is going to mean that we'll very likely be going into Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro. So, as most of you know, the Half Track Snack Shack is open, and it is looking for your business. So, it is right a little after 12 o'clock, and that's good a time as any to grab a snack, grab a bite to eat. You're still close to the fence, and so you'll be able to check out the action in Super Pro as they come rolling out underneath the bridge right now. Great drone shots from the Valley Tech people on the YouTube live feed that is going out right now. So here we go, Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro. Vancouver Car Wraps, their mission is to be a company that consumers can rely on to handle all their automotive vinyl installations, auto detailing, and automotive signage needs. They've been around, they got 20 plus years of detailing experience in the auto industry, and they'll be very happy to set you up with some of their work. So check them out, Vancouver Car Wraps. Nick Angelucci and Steve McKenzie. Handicap going to Nick. Steve now chasing him down. Will he get there by the end of 1,320 feet? He does not do it. Nick Angelucci had the handicap start, double 01 reaction time. Picks up a win running 10.97 at 120 miles per hour. Super Pro category, all electronics accepted in this category, and cars, trucks, and whatever vehicle it is will be running between $7 and $11.99. John Jenkins having his share of teething problems with this S10 pickup. Up against Jan Christensen. Hopefully John's got all the bugs worked out. He's going to have the handicap start here. His dial-in, 1069. Again, you can see his and both lanes dial-in posted up on the reader boards at the top end. Christensen dialed in at 861, so that's why John gets the handicap start. So junior dragsters, you should be in the staging lanes. Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2. Junior dragsters, you should be in the staging lanes. And Canada West Doorslammers, we've got you on a 15-minute standby call. Canada West Doorslammers, 15-minute standby calls. So Christensen getting no incremental times, leaving before the tree was activated. Jenkins picks up the win, goes 1072, 122 miles an hour. Here comes Martin Rochelle, 8-time Super Pro track champion. Lucky enough to travel to Pomona twice as part of the Summit ET Racing Series. And John Brenning in the 70 Camaro. So the Camaro dialed in 910. Rochelle 1090. Green lights for both sides, and it'll be a win light at the stripe for Martin Rochelle. 1090 with a 1. 1090 with a 1 at 125 miles an hour. Here is Stephen Robert now from Courtney. The Bucket, he calls it. 34 Chevy Roadster. On the reader board, his dial-in 854. The other lane in the 55 Chevy, Zach Liston from Mount Vernon, Washington. One of the very few American runners that is back up here at Mission Raceway. Zach Liston, mechanic in Mount Vernon. Takes the 55 Chevy into the next round, running an 8:36 on an 8:35 dial, having a slightly better reaction time than Stephen Roberts in the 34 Chev Roadster. Mike Stewart now and Kelly Voss get set for their elimination round. Voss picking up this short little dragster earlier this year and working out the bugs. They've got it running pretty smoothly now. 892 is the dial-in for him. And Mike Stewart, he's driving the 67 Chevy 2 with Chevy Power, sponsored by Ken's Specialty, Kit Trailers, and Bucky's Mini Excavators. All green on the start line. It's going to be a win light for Mike Stewart. Had a great reaction time, 0:04 reaction time against Kelly Voss's reaction time that started with a 3. That's going to be tough to beat, though. So 129 miles an hour for Mike Stewart to pick up the win. Almost 20 cars. Richard Love and Jeff Whitworth now. Richard Love is in the S10. He goes red. 002 red, so Whitworth picks up the win, runs 10:07, 131 miles an hour, sponsored by Precise Mechanical Repairs in that Chevy. So Jeff Whitworth advancing into the next round. Al McKay Smith and Emily Gerard roll up. Emily in the dragster. It's a 2001 Undercover. Sponsored by Rad, Torque, JS Power Sports, and Shear Solutions. 748 is the dial for Emily Gerard. Al McKay Smith, well, he's got 963 on the window and on the reader board. That 65 Pink Nova hails out of Merritt, BC. 585 cubic inches under the hood. Has been running the car for a few years now. Gets the handicap start because his dial in, 963, slower than the dragster, 748. So Al McKay Smith will be way out there by a couple of seconds. Patiently and then charges off after the Nova wagon. Dragster's known for their top end charge and gets around Al McKay Smith quite confidently. 751. Had a reaction time of 017, so good reaction time ahead of Al McKay Smith. 168 miles an hour, so Emily Gerard moving into the next round. We continue in Vancouver Car Wrap's Super Pro. Once again, dragster action against door car. That is, of course, Wes Vath in the 83 Firebird. Sponsored by Lordco Acumen Machine. Racing for 13 years, and big shout out to all of the people who have helped support him over that time. Wes Vath, machinist out of Kamloops, dialed in at 950. In the other lane, the dragster from Enderby, BC, Shane Williamson running in Super Pro. Sponsors there, Williamson Auto. Handicap going to the Firebird, of course, and here comes the dragster. Chasing him down at the stripe. It is a win, though, for Wes Vath. Managed to stay ahead of the dragster. Had a much better reaction time. Vath's reaction time, 009 against Williamson's 265. That pretty much explains everything. 95% of the races are won on the start line. So you got to be consistent on the start line. You got to get a good reaction time every time and run as close to your dial as possible if you're doing both those things, there's a good chance you're winding up in the next round. It's Craig Johnson and Dan Parsons are our next contenders in the Super Pro category. Craig, of course, from Langley. 0.03 of a second was the handicap start for Craig Johnson. Both drivers had very close reaction times. Win light to Craig Johnson. Dan Parsons, 0.18 reaction. Craig Johnson, 0.10. Attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers calling you up now. Lanes 5 and 6. Bring them up. Canada West Doorslammers, bring them up to lanes 5 and 6, please. So burnout complete for Dan Provost in his Rad Torque Systems 2013 M&M Dragster. 515 cubic inches of big block Chevy power behind Dan. Dan, the owner of Rad Torque Systems. Abbotsford is home base for Rad Torque, but they are doing a tremendous amount of sponsorship on the NHRA circuit right now. Wow, single run, by run here for Dan Provost off the gas. Reaction time 008. He goes 7:59 with a 3 on a 7:53 dial. So, and that was shut off early. 121 miles per hour. So Dan Provost going into the next round of Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro. And that is going to do it, I think, for that category. We've got junior dragsters coming around the bridge. And that means it's time for the juniors, divided into 2 categories. We've got Junior Thunder, ages 5 to 12, and Lightning, 13 to about 16. Then after that, you age out of the junior dragster category and move into, hopefully, some full-scale vehicle. We've seen lots of local racers do this. Age out of the junior dragsters and then move into Sportsman, Pro. Emily Gerard, who we saw in that dragster, winning her round of competition. Emily was a champion in the juniors category, Junior Lightning, for a number of years. Our champions for 2021 in the Peden Industries Junior Thunder category. Champion is Alex Green. Runner-up is Abigail White. And in the Junior Lightning, our champion for 2021, our track champions, CL Gagnon, with a runner-up Colton Morin. And in Junior Street, which will be coming up a little later, Emma Sitten is the champion, along with runner-up Joanna Robello. So the Junior Dragster category, very hotly contested this year, with upwards of 20 cars rolling into the track on any given weekend. So here comes Carson Brimacombe and Emily White. These are quite literally half-scale dragsters. Emily from Mission, White Lightning Racing. Sponsors include Pioneer Truck, Lordco, Walco, TNT, and Carson Brimacombe sponsors Lordco and Grandpa's MasterCard. Now that is always helpful, you know. They race on a handicap start system, just like full-scale cars. 1228 is the dial-in for Carson. Emily has 890. They run it out to the 8th mile. That is their racing situation. We're in the Thunder category. That is the slower of the 2. And within that, depending on the age of the driver, because you can be as young as 5 years of age or up to 12, we're going to see cars that will be prepared and tuned to run slower for the younger folks, and a little bit quicker for the older folks. So there's quite a range, as we can see here. Carson leaving with that 1228 dial. He turns on the red light, though, so Emily, safe on the reaction time, runs it through with an 8:89, 72 miles an hour. So Emily White moving on into the next round as Alex Green and Ashton Katnick roll up. Ashton, part of the triple team powerhouse in the junior category. Hey, attention in the pits, Canada West Doorslammers. We're calling you to lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Doorslammers, you should be rolling into 5 and 6. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your call. So Alex Green, Green Brothers Racing in the green dragster, getting the handicap start, but just barely over Ashton Katnick, two of our younger runners. So they will run it through the 8th mile at right around 14 seconds with a wind light coming on for Ashton Katnick. Alex Green going just a little too quick, 14 flat on a 1406 dial. So Ashton Katnick, 45 miles an hour for the win to go into the next round of Junior Thunder. Peden Industries Junior Thunder. April Bond and Cadence Rodrigue next. April Bond dialed in at 1081. Cadence 1192. Now Cadence from Chilliwack in the creative dragster over on the Lordco lane, sponsored by Ken's Specialty, Tri-City Cutting, Corvette West, and Milron Truck Body. Cadence gets the handicap start. April Bond now in hot pursuit, sponsored by JBS Equipment. Wind light comes on for Cadence as April goes too quick under the dial. So Cadence runs 11.96 with a 4 at 52 miles an hour. Gets the win, advances into the next round. Nick Bond now. And Brody Brimacombe. Nick Bond, of course, brother to April Bond. And Brody from Courtney, Nick from Mission. Nick as well as April, sponsored by JBS Equipment. And Brody by Dwight and Dominion Lending. So great to see the junior dragsters picking up sponsorship from some untraditional, unconventional places. That is always good to introduce new names to the world of drag racing. Handicap start is going to go to Brody in the Lordco lane, dialed in at 1510. Nick over here, the quicker of the two, 896. Here comes Nick. Both of them leave with clean green lights on the start line with a win determined at the 8th mile stripe, and that is going to be Brody Brimacombe as Nick Bond goes too quick, runs under the dial. Dialed in at 896, ran an 894.7, so just 3 thousandths under the dial in, but nonetheless, too quick. And Brody picks up the win, 1662 at 37 miles an hour. Nate Green now, brother to Alex. Adam Katnick. Adam over here, Towerside, the TK Performance-sponsored black dragster. And Nate Green from Mission, sponsored by JBS, Titanium, Papa Roach. So, there we go. Nate is dialed in at 1212. Adam, 897. Again, a bit of a spread there. So, Nate in the white junior dragster going to get a handicap start of, well, roughly 3 seconds. That is torturous for any competitive round where you get to see your competition leave and get further and further and further away. Patience is the thing to wait for the green light. Both drivers successful in taking green lights. No red lights here. At the stripe, it's a win for Adam Katnick. Had a better reaction time, 0:19 against Nate's 12 or 0:252. So winning time 8:98 with a 7 at 72 miles an hour. Alana Everett now and Hunter Gallant. Alana from Langley, sponsored by Bubba's and Old Car Center. 14:16 for Alana. Hunter Gallant out of Chilliwack, sponsored by BDL Automotive, Paint by Rodrigue, Diversified Metalworks, and Rocket Coatings. Hunter's dialed in at 12:16, so Alana gets a 2-second handicap here. This is her first year of competitive racing, and family has gone through an awful lot to get her involved, picking up that dragster finally for a price that made sense. And of course you have to have a trailer and all sorts of other good stuff to make the racing happen. So Alana was bound and determined to get on the track, and the family did everything in their power to make that happen. So she's in the purple dragster. Hunter Gallant goes too quick. Alana picks up the win. Hunter was way out in front, way out, but ran 12:14 on a 12:16 dial, so he breaks out. Alana picks up the win, 14:49 at 41 miles an hour, so she lives to see another round. As we continue in Peden Industries Junior Thunder, Connor Jackson and Wesley Armstrong next competitors, and the handicap will be going to Wesley over on the Lordco side. Wesley from Chilliwack, BD Power, Badass Garage, Lordco, and Tubbo Towels sponsorship. And over here you can see Wesley getting the handicap start, but he went red. So Connor Jackson from Abbotsford, Connor picking up the win by virtue of Wesley's red light. 9:28 is the winning time at 71 miles an hour. So Connor Jackson moving on. Round number 2. We're picking up the pace now as we go from Thunder to Lightning. We're going to start seeing times as quick as, well, 8s at 80 miles an hour. So we have got 7 Junior Thunder or Junior Lightning dragsters on the property this weekend. We start with Colton Morin and Lincoln Shirk. Lincoln in his freshly rewrapped Junior dragster that was redone a couple of races ago. If you're in the pits, do pay particular attention to all the craft handiwork that has gone into some of these junior dragsters. It is astounding to consider the work that these families put into the cars. This is not just a hobby. This is a pretty serious business. The junior dragsters have their own national events throughout the United States where hundreds of junior dragster drivers and families show up to contend for wallies and cash prizes, and it has become bigger and bigger every single year. It's a great stepping stone for drivers as well, because we know people like J.R. Todd and Leah Pruitt and Erica Enders, people like that who are now running in the Camping World Series, all getting their start in the junior dragsters. So Lincoln Shirk and Colton Morin will be first up. Lincoln from Langley, his 2005 Mike Boss chassis junior dragster, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque, and Bubba Speed Shop. Colton Morin running out of the Morin Motorsports team, 2022 Mike Boss chassis, sponsored by JBS, TDS, IRS Plus, and IG Kids Racing. So I think that's supposed to be Big Kids Racing. 8:15 is the dial for Lincoln against Colton, 795. So Lincoln in the blue dragster gets the handicap start. Will leave first. They get a little bit louder and a little bit quicker, a little bit faster here. So we head down to the 8th mile stripe. It's a win for Lincoln Shirk. Goes 8:16 at 79 miles an hour. Had the better reaction time. That was about half of Colton's. Colton getting distracted on the start line. So win light for Lincoln Shirk. He moves into the next round with his junior dragster. Looks like Lexi Winterbottom now and Aiden Katnick. Lexi in the blue and yellow junior dragster here. Bowtie Ventures, Hobo Racing, 8:27 is on the reader board, on the scoreboard at the top end. That's the dial in for Lexi. Aiden on the Lordco side, 796. So Aiden the quicker of the two in terms of dial-ins. It's a matter of getting a great reaction time, and then you still have to run your dial at the stripe. So who's going to do that? We'll wait and see. They're off and running with green lights here, so reaction times not necessarily having a big impact, although Aiden was half of Lexi's, and so he picks up the win. 799 at 78 miles an hour for Aiden Katnick. We'll move on to the next round as we bring up our next contenders. Emma Debris Coos and Abigail White. So Emma Debris Coos, her dad running the 66 Valiant in the Canada West Doorslammer Series. Whenever he's here, they're bringing Emma and the junior dragster along. She's dialed in at 790. 795 for Abigail in the other lane. White Lightning Racing picking up sponsorship from TK Performance, Pioneer Truck, and Lordco for Abigail White. Emma, Straight Line Race Cars, B and D Lift Trucks. Now Emma's from Shawnigan Lake. Slightly quicker of the two dial-ins. Abigail gets the 0.05 of a second handicap start. It's going to be tough to see. That's about 0.05 of a second. So both drivers off and running at the stripe. Win light for Emma Debris Coos, 798 on a 790 dial. Her reaction time says it all. 0:15 against Abigail's reaction time that started with a 2. So clearly Abigail distracted on the start line, and she runs an 8:04 at 82 miles an hour, but that was not enough when it comes to a reaction time of 0:15 and a ET of 798, 81 miles per hour. So Emma Debris Coos advancing into the next round. Peden Industries, providing professional excavation services throughout the Lower Mainland since 1969. They are your sponsors for the junior dragster and junior street category. They have 50 years of excavation and construction experience. Peden Industries knows what it takes to provide exceptional service for commercial, industrial, and residential clients. You can visit them online at www.pedenindustries.ca. So CL Gagnon from Wallaca Beach making the bye run with the odd number of junior dragsters in the category. And she shuts it off early, goes 8:48 at 66 miles an hour to advance into the next round. And that is going to do it for Peden Industries Junior Dragster.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
From imports to domestics, Mcleod's drivetrain components are built to handle the abuse. Clutches, flywheels, and transmissions. Mcleod's 25,000 square foot manufacturing facility will accommodate you no matter what you drive. From the street to the track, become Mcleod equipped.
Pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. Hot Rod, bring them up to the rear of staging to be laddered. You've seen the sprayer go up and down the track as we've done some track preparation in anticipation of Canada West Doorslammers hitting the racetrack. They are up next. This weekend's sponsor for Canada West Doorslammers is Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. Whether you have good credit, bad credit, or no credit, the experienced team at Greenlight Auto Financing will help you get approved. With a large pool of lenders, they offer in-house financing with rates starting at 2.49%. With over 1,500 vehicles in the inventory, the team will make the buying process smooth and hassle-free. Trade-in vehicles are welcome. Come visit them at 7179 Horn Street in Mission. That's Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. You can contact them at online, www.greenlightautofinancing.ca, to get approved today. So they are the weekend sponsor for the Canada West Doorslammer Series. The Doorslammers are run by an independent group, and they have a series of races throughout the year where they are here at Mission Raceway. You got to run 870 or quicker to be on the race ladder, and all the cars that you'll be seeing in eliminations have certainly done that. In a nutshell, all cars in the Doorslammer series must have, by virtue of their name, 2 operating doors. Cars must have left-hand steering, front and rear suspension, and a roof. No roadsters allowed in this class. No throttle control devices are permitted, and lane choice will always go to the faster car. So, Canada West Doorslammers looking for their first round of eliminations here to start momentarily. Their title sponsor, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, along with Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Comox Valley Bobcat Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Traveland RV. Those are the association sponsors for Canada West Doorslammers. And we kick things off with Jason Field. All you race fans can take a look at the ladder. It's posted on the big screen. You can follow along as updates are posted. So Jason Field getting the competition single. Greg Field not able to make the run, make the call. Jason Field takes the 71 Nova to an 827. 165 miles an hour, 827. Has run a best of 822 this weekend. So Jason Field takes the 71 Nova into the next round. All right, next up then, Paul Debris Jr. So as one can expect on a jam-packed weekend like this, smoke, fire, and thunder, Canada West Doorslammers went through 4 rounds of qualifying, and there's inevitably going to be some carnage from that. And that was why Jason Field had a competition single, and why we have another one here. Paul Debris Jr., 66, Valiant, getting a competition single, 846 on an 846 dial, 846-1, in fact. 158 miles an hour for the win as Henry Zacharias not able to make the call in his 53 vet. He is pushing here beside the tower, not able to get it into the staging lanes for, or in the start line, water box for whatever reason. And that brings up James Kennedy, the Blueberry. Jan Christensen over in the other lane, Lil Green Go. So a couple of competition singles out of the way. Here's our first pair. So Jan Christensen from Langley is in the green 62 Nova. And James Kennedy in the 2004 Grand Am. Looking at the engines under the hood, 598 cubic inch big block Chevy for James Kennedy. He's dialed in at 767, the quicker of the two. Christensen dialed in at 862, and he's got 582 cubic inches under the hood. So we'll see the green Nova, your number 19 qualifier, up against your number 9 qualifier. It'll be Christensen leaving first, as they're both pre-staged, bumped in now. So they are off and running. Reaction time's pretty much identical here at the stripe. It is a win light for Jan Christensen, 863 at 155 miles an hour. Had the slightly better reaction time of 028 against Kennedy's 032. But it was all settled at the finish line. 863, 155 miles an hour for Jan Christensen to advance, as Grant Howell now gets set to do battle with Peter Lakanis. Grant, one of those cars that likes to do burnouts over the start line. Peter, not so much, so he waits and allows Grant Howell to go through their staging process. Grant, in the 37 Chevy out of Victoria, has a dial-in of 767. Remember, you got to run as close to that dial-in without going under as possible and have a good reaction time. You do those two things, a win looks good. Peter Lakanis in the other lane, 859 is the dial from Coquitlam. 63 Corvette. So they're off and running down the quarter mile. Grant Howell and Peter Lakanis with a win to Peter at a better reaction time. Brilliant reaction time, in fact, 004. Grant Howell went under trying to get around him. 765 on a 767 dial, so Grant Howell breaks out. Peter Lakanis takes the Corvette into the next round. Which brings up Brian Ritchie and Blake Miller. Brian Ritchie from Poco in the black 68 Chevelle, 632 cubic inches of motivation. Blake Miller in the 67 Camaro, they're out of Victoria. Searles Auto Repair sponsorship, and they boast 621 cubic inches. Blake, your number 21 qualifier, up against Brian in the black Chevelle, your number 11 qualifier. Red light start for Blake Miller. Turns on the red light by 0.005 of a second. Takes himself out of competition. Brian Ritchie picking up the win. On a 795 dial, he runs 795 with a 1. 172 miles an hour for the win for Brian Ritchie, number 11 qualifier. Moving on into the next round of Canada West Doorslammers. Paul Stretch now backing up from his long burnout, and Mark Schuppener just rolling up from the water box. Schuppener in the black 95 Lumina from West Kelowna. Sealed Power Wix Filters sponsoring the Lumina. Paul Stretch in the orangey red 2002 Cavalier. Dialed in at 726. It'll be the Lumina, black Lumina, leaving the start line first. Dialed in at 832. Both cars staging ever carefully. Schuppener still looking for the pre-stage beam. There we go. Both of them break the first beam, and now they'll roll forward another 8 inches. And that will break the staged beam. Starter flips the switch. Win light to Paul Stretch, 729. Reaction times 069 to an 042. So the win light for Paul Stretch. Margin of victory as Schuppener was out ahead, but Stretch came around him. The margin of victory was 17 ten-thousandths of a second. That's how tight it was at the stripe. 17 ten-thousandths of a second. Here comes Derek Shirk now and Adam DeYoung. Derek having to deal with some carnage of his own with a broken transmission in the 55 Chevy, so jumped into Jay's Dakota and said, let me race in this. It's a weekend of racing. I need to race. Adam DeYoung in the other lane, the 67 Camaro, sponsored by Total Dairy Solutions. Adam gets the handicap start. Gets a little close to the wall, almost out of the groove, collects it up and is back in action and manages to stay out in front. 8:46 for the win, 158 miles an hour. Adam DeYoung picking up the win in the 67 Camaro. That's going to be followed up right quickly here by his father, John DeYoung. Again, sponsored by TDS. Dad's run on the 68 Camaro, qualified number 3. One of the few cars here in Canada West Doorslammers capable of running in the 6s at over 200. As a matter of fact, John DeYoung's quickest time, 684, 202 for that white Camaro. So he will be sitting patiently on the start line as Howie Winklehorse takes his rather stock-looking 55 Chevy out of the gate first, 830 dial-in. So while it looks stock, it don't run stock. Everybody's green, and John DeYoung is in hot pursuit of that 55 Chevy. Able to get around him too, goes 692, 196 miles an hour. Not his quickest run, but it was enough to put him into the next round of Canada West Doorslammers, and that's what you want. You want the win light on your side. Howie Winklehorse running too quick, breaking out. 829 with a 7 on an 830 dial. Here comes Dave Warren now, who loves to do long, smoky burnouts and loves taking his time getting back to the staging lane. The Blue Max 62 Bel Air. In the other lane, Bill Bolt out of Penticton, Brutus Truck Body sponsored Camaro. So Dave Warren, your number 10 qualifier, has run a best in that Bel Air of 791. So it's quick, 168 miles an hour. Bill Bolt, 870 with a quickest run this weekend of 863. He's qualified number 20. So a handicap will start for the Brutus Truck Bodies Camaro. Everybody's green as they leave the start line. At the quarter-mile stripe, it's a win light for the Blue Max. 8:06, 163 miles an hour. Better reaction time. Dave Warren had an 0:16 against Bill's 0:39. So, once again, what happens on the start line has a huge bearing on what is going to happen on the finish line. As Tom Katnick and Scott Grant get set. Tom Katnick over here in the more or less recently acquired TK Performance Camaro. Bought that Camaro from Derek Shirk earlier in the year. Attention in the pits. Junior Street. We need Junior Street to the lanes, please. And Motorcycle. So Motorcycle, you can come up in lane 5, please. Motorcycle, lane 5. So Katnick goes 7:62 for his win. Scott Grant not able to make the call. 180 miles an hour. Pay attention to the pits again. Super Combo. We're going to put you on standby. Super Combo on standby. So Rod Leclerc just taking the beam on a bye run. Odd number of vehicles in the category, so somebody gets the bye, and he's your number one qualifier, and so he is it. Number one qualifier running a 677 at 203 miles per hour in that 67 Camaro, sponsored by Paradise Homes out of Victoria. So that is a driver prerogative. Instead of running the whole quarter mile, you do have the option of just coming up to the start line and what's called taking the beam, take the tree. So you roll up, go through the staging process, wait for the starter to flip the switch, and the tree will come down, go green, and then you can just back out of the lane. Your run is considered done. What happens, though, is you do not get a reaction time, an elapsed time, and so that may or may not come back to haunt you in the next round. But that's one of the odds that you play. So by my guess, it's going to be Hot Rod next. Hot Rod sponsored this weekend by Badass Garage. They are on the property, at least they were. It's your one-stop shop for signs, vintage memorabilia, pretty much anything and everything you need to decorate your man cave, your woman cave, your garage, your den, your bedroom, whatever it is. Check out what they've got. It's neon signs, it's tin signs, wood signs, and decals. Die-cast, new and vintage arcade machines, gas pumps, flags, antiques, and even taxidermy. So for the best in garage decor, check out the Badass Garage, sponsoring the Hot Rod category this weekend, located in Shuk Road in Mission. So if you don't find what you're looking for here at their display, I'm sure they can fix you up. We kick things off in the Hot Rod category with Rob Monroe Sr. driving the 31 Model A here on the Tower side. And Terry Charles in the 56 Chevy. Hot Rod category. Vehicle's got to be 1969 or older. Nice wheels up launch for Rob Monroe. At the stripe, it's a win light for the 31 Model A at 911, 137 miles an hour. As I was saying, you've got to run 750 and slower. Your vehicle has to be 1969 or older, and there are no electronics accepted in the category. So Randy Hermson up next. Pay attention in the pits. Once again, we've called Junior Street to the lanes. Junior Street, bring them up to the lanes. So Randy Hermson and Brad Owens, our next pair. Red light start for Brad, so Randy gets the win. And Randy Hermson runs a 1377 at 86 miles an hour. So Mark Brenzinger now running in hot rod. Jody Wilson. Brenzinger is in the out-of-time Nova, chasing down Jody Wilson in that 55 Chevy. So win light comes on for Mark Brenzinger. Managed to get around Jody Wilson, who had the handicap start. Brenzinger takes the out-of-time Nova to a 973, 129 miles an hour for the win, and that's going to bring up Sylvia Hoogston in the 66 Mustang, and Jamie Wellwood in the little altered here, 32 Bantam altered, with a big block Chevy sitting out in front of Jamie. Maple Ridge is home for that little altered. So sounds to me like maybe somebody lost fire there. So Sylvia waiting patiently in the Mustang. And there we go. Got it back fired up. So that's all right. Managed to get the thing refired. No harm, no foul. We'll roll into the stage beams and see what happens. Dialed in at 820. So Sylvia is going to have a pretty massive handicap start here. Jamie is going to have to sit patiently waiting, and they're okay on the start line. Is that little altered going to get around the Mustang, though? That's the question. Yes, it does. 831. Sylvia going under the dial, trying to stay out in front. 1265, but it was not to be. 831 with a 5 at 160 miles an hour for Wellwood to take that little altered into the next round of hot rod. Here comes Ryan Johnston now from Winnipeg in the Nasty Fish Investors Group 63 Corvette. Win light to Ryan Johnston from Winnipeg, as I say, in the Corvette, 854 to 132 miles an hour. As Brian Prescott and Graham Edney come up. Tension in the pits, Super Combo. We need you to lanes 3 and 4. Super Combo, bring them up. Lanes 3 and 4, and Super Shifters, you're on standby. Super Combo, bring them up, 3 and 4. Ryan Prescott's going to have the handicap start in the 69 Chevelle. Graham Edney goes red by 0.03 of a second, and so not patient enough on the start line. Little 29 Ford not moving on, but that Chevelle is 1171 at 116 miles an hour. So Brian Prescott getting his win into the next round by virtue of that red light. Larry Rodenizer brings Old Yeller to the line, sponsored by Lordco. It's a 1946 Ford, small block Chevy under the hood. Ford fans cringing just a little bit at that mention. 949 is the dial. Steve Wilson in the Chevy Nova getting the handicap start. Let's see how reaction times play into this one. Well, Larry Rodenizer didn't have the best reaction time of the two. His was an 016 against Wilson's 003, but was able to pick up the win, running a 952 on a 949, so closer to his dial, 135 miles an hour. So when you factor in the whole package of reaction time and dial in, that win goes to Larry Rodenizer. Moving on to the next round. Dennis Winton. That's Shaggy, 66 Bel Air wagon. And Ken Christensen is in the pickup. Christensen had the handicap start. Picks up the win, goes 12:59, 105 miles an hour. So salmon arm runner going into the next round. Russell Jeffrey and Darren Burt are the next pair. 68 Nova of Darren dialed in at 990 on the Lordco side of the racetrack, and Russell Jeffrey and 66 Nova got 924 on the window. So the handicap start by about 7/10 of a second, going to the Nova on the spectator side. Once again, we'll wait and see how much reaction time factors into it, and it certainly does. Darren's reaction time 007. Wind light comes on 10:02 at 129 miles an hour for Darren Burt. Russell Jeffrey's reaction time started with a 2, so he was a little bit closer to his dial-in, but off on the reaction time. Jerry Brabander now and Bill Halicki. Bill in the little Ford Ranchero with 427 cubic inches of Ford power. Dialed in at 1110. And Jerry Brabander from Cloverdale in the 62 Chevy 2. The other lane. Ford getting the handicap start. Looking to stay out in front. Not able to do it as Jerry Brabander drives around him. 1078, 114 miles an hour. Now it's Rob Monroe Jr. in the 69 Acadian, and Ron Clark in the 69 Chevelle, the black Chevelle from Port Alberni, over on the spectator side. That's the Lordco lane. 1261 is the dial for the Chevelle. The Acadian, 1077. Here, the blue Acadian. So Ron Clark gets the handicap start, will be leaving first. So the win light, Ron Clark picks up the win. 69 Chevelle, 1273 at 99 miles an hour. As Burt Worrell and Doug Marshall will be the next pair down track. Slight handicap to the Dodge Dart. Green light comes on for the Lordco side, and that's Doug Marshall in the Chevy 2. 1016 at 127 miles per hour. Tim Cordner now and Glenn Fillingham. Cordner in the Studebaker. Great looking freak child, he calls it. 55 Studebaker with the big block Chevy under the hood. 468 cubic inches. Cordner from Victoria, dialed in at 1040. So there goes Glenn Fillingham in the 68 AMC from Coquitlam. One of about 3 American Motors products we see here, and Glenn stays out in front. 12:35. Had the handicap start, stayed all the way out there, had a great reaction time, 0:15, and that helped in a big way. 99 miles an hour. Glenn Fillingham takes the 68 AMX into the next round as Jim Benke and Brady Peterson will be staging up next. Benke in the Rad Torque Plymouth Cuda. Chasing down Brady, but now no real need as Brady went red. So wind light comes on automatically. He's chasing the wind, Jim Benke. 1014, 131 miles an hour. Martin Jackman now and Blair Criddle. Jackman from Mission, the 1301 dial, and Blair Criddle, 950 in that 27 Ford Roadster. Blair, a mechanic from Delta. Handicap for Martin as the station wagon leaves, and off in hot pursuit in the Roadster is Blair Criddle. Not able to get around the wagon, though. 13:07 for the win. 96 miles an hour. Martin Jackman from Mission advancing in the Chevelle wagon. Rick Hoekstra now from Mission in the 49 Chevy pickup with a 10 flat dial. And Rob Hodgson, also from Mission, in the 67 Plymouth. Rob Hodgson, your champion in Hot Rod for 2021. Looking to defend his crown. Able to get one more round. Rob Hodgson goes 10.97 on a 10.92 dial, 114 miles an hour. So Rob Hodgson advancing one more round in the Hot Rod category. Presented this weekend by Badass Garage. Here comes Dustin Hunter now and John Nielsen. Nielsen, 1966 Canso. That's basically a Chevy 2 that's put together and assembled in Canada. 1170 was the handicap start for John Nielsen. Dustin Hunter chasing him down, manages to get around him, goes 9.09 on a 9.01 dial, 132 miles an hour. 64 Falcon advancing to round number 2. Attention to the pits. Standby call. Standby call for Doorslammers, 145. Jordan Almus picks up the win, goes 11:38 on an 11:32 dial. Jordan from Enderby in the 69 Dart. Runs 116 miles an hour, and that looks like that will be it for the Hot Rod category. So Junior Street now in the water box. Junior Street, the only category in drag racing where there's two people in the vehicle at any given point in time. You've got the driver, which has the NHRA competition license, but because they're underage, under the age of 16, there needs to be a licensed passenger, somebody with a provincial license. So there you have two people. Also, there's probably a little bit of coaching going on. So over here, Tower side, that is Richard Peterson. Richard, the son of Ken Peterson, the chaplain and wrangler for the Pro Mod Association. Out of Grand Prairie, Alberta, it's a 2016 Chevy. So he has a dial-in of 10.05, and Tyler Smith is in the other lane in the pickup with an 11:24 dial. Tyler's out of Abbotsford. Zapstrap Racing, it's called, the 97 Chevy. So they race to the 8th mile, just like the other junior categories. In this particular case, win light comes on a double breakout for Richard Peterson. Goes 10:04 at 62 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, Super Shifters. We're calling you up to lanes 1 and 2. Super Shifters 1 and 2. And stand by, Sportsman, for your next round. Sportsman, stand by, but Super Shifters, bring them up 1 and 2. So Richard Peterson picking up the win in the big pickup in the first round of Junior Street, and Taryn Monroe gets the bye with 3 vehicles running in the category. Taryn from Surrey. So foot on the gas, 1087 for the win, 1087 at 65 miles an hour. Junior Street category instituted because there was enough demand of younger racers who did not necessarily want to invest in the junior dragsters. So NHRA created a competition class that involves street machines, and that is Junior Street. Motorcycles now. This weekend, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson Motorcycles, and we've got Thrifty Machine Shop as well on the property. With that's Al Ullman's company. $50 for the win bump up, $50 for the number 1 qualifier, and on and on and on. All sorts of great cash prizes for motorcycles who are here today. Al Ullman, of course, perennial track champion on the Tower side in his 2007 Kawasaki. As a matter of fact, 13-time track champion. And Daryl Storzik in the other lane, a parts man out of Surrey in the 1984 Suzuki. So handicap start will be going to Al Ullman. And Storzik has the quicker bike. The question is whether the quicker bike on the handicap has enough to get around. No, he doesn't. 9:24. Good for the win for Al Ullman. 140 miles an hour. 6 motorcycles on the property for the weekend race. This is the Summit ET Series Racing event number 11 for the season. Got the bike started and taking it away, and that bring it right back to get the thing fired up once more.
It's also one of the promo bikes.
Looks like the motorcycle in the water is fired up. Will it stay fired up? There we go. He's still running. That's Roger Bouchard. Nope, not going to make the run. Not going to happen. So, Peter Gersh heading down track. Roger Bouchard from Merritt. And he gets the win, goes 872 and 118 miles an hour. So waiting for the electronics to catch up. We do need to see the dial-in on each of the vehicles to clock that into the computer. And sometimes it is a little tricky to see what the dial-in is. So we've got that sorted out. Rob Forder is 98 Buell with the invisible dial. Dylan Keeler in the other lane. Torque Twister Racing 2007 Harley Davidson. Red light start for Dylan. Always hate to see your competition get too far out in front. Rob Forder gets the win. So the 98 Buell from Graceland Garage runs in 13:55 at 98 miles an hour for the win. So here we go with the Super Combo class now. It's category index racing. Everybody here is probably running on the 1090 Super Street Index. So the goal is heads up start and all sorts of combinations, but you want to get as close to 1090 as possible without going under. So you're going to see a lot of electronics, throttle stops and delay boxes and that kind of thing as they will launch hard off the start line, and then all power is taken away because all of these cars can run quicker. You got to have a car that runs quicker than 1090, and the trick is slowing it down just enough so that it runs the number that you want based on the electronic timing that you put into it. So here we go with the first runner, Nick Angelucci. Agassi in the 78 Malibu. By run, so he gets the win. How close? 1096 with a 4, 122 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Martin Rochelle. So Martin's been a pretty regular runner here, 8-time Super Pro track champion, but he does also like to run in the Super Combo category. That's how the car is set up. Can run a whole bunch quicker than 1090. He can actually run it into the 8s, but it's set up to run 1090 today, and so that's what's on the leaderboard. Now, Tyler Dalgleish, more in the Super Gas category, so 990 is his number. So Tyler Dalgleish in that 57 Roadster, that's a typical body style for the Super Gas class. Whereas Martin Rochelle is in the Super Street class. And he's also gone red by 1 stinking thou. 1/1000th of a second red. So Tyler Dalgleish goes 994 with a 9 at 151. Tyler advances into the next round with that 57 Davis Roadster. Al Quigley rolling up, and Dan Parsons now. Al Quigley's in the Mustang here, sponsored by Rad Torque. Dan Parsons in the other lane, Powell River Quality Racing 1970 Duster. Both cars in the 1090s. So once again, you'll see them launch hard and then all power taken away from the car. And then Parsons comes in quicker. Al really off the throttle for a long time before he kicks back in. Then that's a strong charging car, and he gets around Dan Parsons, runs 1091 at 144 miles an hour. So Rad Torque, JS Power Sports sponsored Mustang of Al Quigley going on to the next round, as their reaction times were pretty much identical. So Winlight, Al Quigley. John Lackey now showing up in the Lordco lane. Spectator side. 12 cars on the property in the Super Combo category. Steve Lowe over here, tower side. Again, 1090 is the number. It's on the reader board in case you forget. So everybody's clean and green this time. Reaction time's going to have some play, undoubtedly. Win light for Steve Lowe. Didn't have the best reaction time, but was closer to 1090. 1092 with a 2 as opposed to 1094 for John Lackey. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Sportsman, need you to the rear of staging. Sportsman, we need you to the rear of staging. Jerry Epps in the Mustang. It's a 66 Mustang, qualified number 4 in the Super Combo category. Mark Downey in the Chevy Malibu, number 10 qualifier. So Jerry Epp goes red by, again, 1/1000th of a second. Mark Downing picks up the win, goes 1082, 145 miles an hour, and like any dial-in category, if your opponent goes red, you can run under the index or the dial. Herman Chan now, Lordco-sponsored 67 Camaro on the spectator side. Warren Jacobson here on the tower side. Jacobson in the 62 Chevy 2, qualified number 7. Herman Chan, number 3. They're both staged and await the green. Reaction times stellar for both sides. It's a win light for Warren Jacobson. 132 miles an hour, they both broke out, but Jacobson was closer to the 1090 with a 1089.8. So very tight at the finish line. It was Herman Chan taking the stripe by 0.06 of a second, but the margin of victory for Warren Jacobson was 0.02 of a second. Lynn Brook from Port Angeles, Washington in the green 67 Camaro. And Gordy Abagush from Kelowna, BDL Automotive. 67 Chevy Nova, dialed in at 884. 872 for Lynn. Both of them go red on the start. True Start system says the lesser of the two offenders is Lynn Brook. Goes 874 for the win at 154 miles an hour. So Scott Winterbottom from Langley, where he is a pipe fitter driving that blue 63 Chevy 2. Alan Lougheed. He's in the Falcon over here tower side, but he went red. So Scott basically sees the green win light in his lane, and he's just racing to the win. So 933 at 139 miles an hour as Scott Winterbottom moves on in the Super Shifter category. Here comes Jamie Roth. Super Shifter category presented by Mcleod. Fair bit of wheel spin there for Jamie Roth, former champion in the Super Shifter category in that Comet. Keith Winterbottom gets around him at the top end, goes 876, 133 miles an hour as we continue on in the Super Shifter category. Keep in mind, these guys and gals are actually doing the shifting. There's no automatic transmission involved here. It is shifting by clutch and by hand. So it's a busy cockpit in the Super Shifter category. Andrew Camello, 12:20 on the Lordco side. 11:10 for Bill Zorich. Langley, BC is home for the 62 Chevy of Will Zorich, and it's going to be a win light for Will. Goes 11:25 at 119 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up our final runner. Gets a bye run. Dale Pop from Maple Ridge. Riff Raff Racing it's called. 67 Mustang. So he gets the bye run. You can hear the shifting happening on a bye run. His win light comes on 10:23 with a Ford 130 miles an hour. BC Super Shifters, sponsored by Mcleod Racing. Mcleod Racing is your #1 stop in drivetrain components, from single to twin disc clutch kits, Tremec transmissions, steel and aluminum flywheels, and more. You'll find what your hot rod wants. From the street to the strip, Mcleod Racing is your one-stop shop for all things drivetrain. Check out McLeodRacing.com and become McLeod equipped today. BC Super Shifter sponsored by Mcleod Racing this weekend. Hey, just while we have some downtime, it has been, with so many people on the property, there have been a number of items turned in as lost items. We've got a couple pairs of glasses. They look to be women's glasses, so if you are still on the property and you've misplaced your glasses or you can't find them, it looks to be maybe reading glasses, I'm not sure, but they're here in the tower. We also have a number of debit cards from different banks. So if you have lost a debit card, we would ask that you come up to the tower and identify yourself, as we have 3 of them here. So you may be needing that sometime today or sometime through the week. If you've lost a debit card, check your wallets. If you've lost one, come on up to the tower and we may have it up here for you. Also, we've got a little wallet with identification for the individual to come up. The wallet has some funds in it and some credit cards. So if that fell out of your pocket and you've been wondering where it is and you need to buy lunch, well, come on up to the tower and identify yourself, and we can certainly reconnect you with your lost wallet. Speaking of lost items, there's also a Ford car key that was turned into the tower this morning. A Ford car key, if you're looking at getting home and just can't figure out where that key went, we have got it up here in the tower. So come on up and retrieve that, identify yourself, and we should be able to hook you back up.
From imports to domestics, Mcleod's drivetrain components are built to handle the abuse. Clutches, flywheels, and transmissions. Mcleod's 25,000 square foot manufacturing facility will accommodate you no matter what you drive. From the street to the track, become Mcleod equipped.
Pits 10-minute standby for Canada West Doorslammers. 10-minute standby for Canada West Doorslammers. So looking in the staging lanes, I see that the Sportsman cars are there this weekend. TDN Constructors sponsoring the Sportsman class this weekend. TDN Constructors Group is a pipeline and industrial mechanical contractor. They specialize in fabricating and welding large diameter heavy wall penstock, as well as all aspects of pipe fabrication, including pipeline coating and lining. TDN Constructors projects include numerous high-profile projects across the province of BC, including hydroelectric projects, potable water and sewer force mains, and wastewater treatment projects, along with City of Vancouver's dedicated fire protection systems, including False Creek and Cole Harbour pump stations. They've been operating since 1993. TDN Constructors offers unparalleled service to the infrastructure sector of the pipeline industry. Interesting to note, TDN Constructors, sponsoring the Sportsman class this weekend, is also owner of the Nostalgia Nitro funny car, the Iceman, driven by Tim Nemeth, who we heard was on the property yesterday, making his way around, taking in Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco Auto Parts here in 2022. Had a lot of fun last night with the Darkside Top Fuel Racing team, and also 2 runs by the Volcano Jet Dragster. That plus the Pro Mods and Canada West Doorslammers qualifying and a host of other cars. It was a fully jam-packed evening, and the crowd was extensive. So that's always great to see the support from all sides of the sport. Action here as we do some track preparation. You see the tractor out dragging the old slicks on the racing surface. Part of that is just to maintain a clean rubber surface on the track. Also gets rid of any debris that's there. The whole thing of track preparation has taken on an art and science of itself in recent years. Lots of track preparation, providing a very, very sticky track, but it's not just a matter of going out and spraying a bunch of VHT traction compound out there. The traction compound has to be mixed according to the conditions of the day and the cars that are going to be using the racetracks. So there will be different combinations of glue and alcohol, and that has to be rubbed in with the tractors. On cool days, we use the tractors to build up heat on the track. That's not necessarily a problem today where it's 25 degrees out there, but there is an art and science, so it's always just about reading the air temperature, reading the track temperature, and then knowing from that how much either traction compound to apply or how much rubbing needs to happen to get the track in proper condition. From time to time, you're going to see the scraping going on. Let me take a break and call Doorslammers to 5 and 6. Doorslammers, bring them up. Round 2, lanes 5 and 6. Doorslammers, bring them up. So from time to time, you may see the start line crew do some scraping with torches. And the reason that they are doing that is that over the course of a day, on a number of occasions, there is an awful lot of rubber buildup that occurs on the racing start line. And what starts to happen with higher powered cars and bigger slicks is that as they do burnouts and leave the line, they'll start to peel up the rubber. So too much rubber on the start line is just about as bad as not enough, so they'll scrape it and send the tractors out and lay another coat of fresh rubber and make sure that it's exactly what it should be, spray and get it back into perfect racing controlled conditions. So here we go. Sportsman coming up, round number 2. Sylvia Hoogston over on the Lordco side of the racetrack in the Sportsman category where no electronics are accepted. Cars and trucks all running 12 seconds and slower. We've got 9 in this round. So Sylvia Hoogston from Maple Ridge. She's a property manager out in Maple Ridge, driving that blue Mustang, 66 Ford Mustang with 302 cubic inches. Rob Charlton in the other lane here, close to the tower, in 2019 Ram truck. South Island Performance sponsored, City to City Auto Transport. Start line crew checking out things at the finish line. That's the hold up right at the moment. Sylvia dialed in at 1266. Charlton 1489. So when we get the go-ahead to send cars down the quarter mile, it will be the big Ram truck that'll be getting the handicap start. So we get the go-ahead to stage the cars and get set for round number 2 here in Sportsman. Presented this weekend by TDN Constructors. See the handicap for the big old Dodge Ram. Sylvia try and track it down. Does so, goes 12.95 at 88 miles an hour for the win. So Sylvia moving on to the next round as that brings up Randy Hermson and Archie Limpright. Randy Hermson, school bus driver from Mission. He lives about 5 minutes away from the racetrack at 58 Oldsmobile. Even though it's got some fiberglass parts, 3,890 pounds. It has run as quick as 1320 since it first hit the track, and he's been racing that for about 25 years. He's won his fair share of Race of Champions and other trophies. He's a consistent runner. The other lane, Archie Limpright from Langley. You don't see Archie out here all that often. In the 82 Monte Carlo. And Randy Hermson picks up the win, goes 13.78, 84 miles an hour. So Randy moving on to round number 3. As Steve Baskerville and Ken Christensen will be up next. Ken Christensen, a contractor from Salmon Arm in the pickup, and Steve Baskerville from West Vancouver in the 2016 Golf 2-liter turbo. So you see Ken Christensen getting the handicap start, leaving the line first. If they do their jobs correctly, they'll end up at the finish line at exactly the same time, but that rarely happens. On the brakes, Ken Christensen making sure that he broke out less than Steve Baskerville. 12.58 with a 3 on a 12.59 dial puts him closer to his dial, and so Ken Christensen advances to the next round as Mark Muscant and Jim Mantle get ready to head down track. 66 Studebaker here Towerside. Don't see many of those at the Dragster, but then hey, do you see very many 77 Pacers? No, you don't. 258 cubic inches of American Motors power, so it's original inside the hood of the Pacer. And Jim Mantle will advance a 14.81 at 81 miles an hour. So Jim Mantle from Black Creek takes the Pacer one more round. And here is Sydney Jung moving up from that 96 Camaro she was running earlier in the year to this 1981 Malibu that Dad used to run and has prepared for her. You can tell by the amount of contingency stickers that that was a national running car. Looks like it ran in the K-Stock automatic class. Sydney has her name on the door now, as that is her car to race. So Sydney Jung getting the bye run and runs a 12.12 at 95 miles an hour. That'll do it for the Sportsman category round number 2. So we got Doorslammers coming up next, and I'm going to go grab a bite to eat at the half-track snack shack that's only a third of the way down. And I'm going to turn it over to Nolan.
Well, thank you, Jerry, for giving me that little bit of reprieve. Enjoy your lunch. Up next will be the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers this weekend, sponsored by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. No matter where you are in the province, Greenlight Auto Financing is here to help you get approved on a vehicle. With over 1,500 vehicles of all make and models, they'll deliver the vehicle anywhere in the province. They can also fly you in, and you can drive your new vehicle back home. Their finance team is dedicated to getting you approved through their large pool of lenders with options of no money down. Located at 7179 Horn Street in Mission, you can get pre-approved from the comfort of your home at greenlightautofinancing.ca.
Can you call Rhoda?
Other sponsors of the Canada West Doorslammers Association include Total Dairy Solution, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travland RV. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We're calling you down to lanes 1 and 2. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. You can come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Down for a little while, just for some track prep. We'll be back in a few moments with Canada West Doorslammers and their second round of eliminations.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
From imports to domestics, Mcleod's drivetrain components are built to handle the abuse. Clutches, flywheels, and transmissions. Mcleod's 25,000 square foot manufacturing facility will accommodate you no matter what you drive. From the street to the track, become Mcleod equipped.
So if you are parked by the motocross track down at the far end of the racetrack, there has been a request in that all vehicles parked in that area have vacated that area by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So you don't need to move them now, but they do need to be gone by morning. As well as that, to whoever has a Harley parked inside the winner's circle, you need to have that moved. That is a winner's circle for racing winners. It is not public access parking. Jason Field up next, or up first, I should say, in the Little Overkill Nova, owner of Greenlight Auto Sales and Finance, the sponsor of this weekend, and Field himself, sponsored by VP Fuel Distributors. Getting his car positioned by the staging beams, Field with the bye run in second round of eliminations. Your number 12 qualifier takes off towards the quarter mile and will put down an 8.310 at 165 miles an hour. Brings up the next pair of Adam DeYoung in the Total Dairy Solutions and Artex Barnes 1967 Camaro. Qualified in number 15 at an 8.416. 159 miles an hour. He'll go up against Dave Warren in the Blue Max Bel Air that just burned out over the start-finish line. Dialed in at 799 for the number 10 qualifier. Adam DeYoung is pre-staged, waiting on Warren. Two pairs of green lights, and this will be a race decided at the quarter mile with how close together they are. Adam DeYoung will move on to round number 3. Had Warren beat by 7 thou off the tree. It was an 0.23 to an 0.29. That brings up Peter Lakanis in the Transporters Logistics Corvette over here. TCSI dialed in at 860. Going up against John DeYoung in the Artex Barnes and Total Dairy Solutions Camaro. Oh, and Peter Lakanis turns on the red light, 006. John DeYoung was 004 red on the tree. But in Doorslammers, doesn't matter how bad your red light, it's who did it first. So John DeYoung turns on the wind light right away. Tom Katnick will be out next in his TK Performance Camaro with a qualifying time of a 7.593. He's dialed in at 762. Brian Ritchie of the Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle dialed at 796 for the racer out of Poco. Just waiting for both 632 cubic inch engines to bump their ways in. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we are calling you to the staging lanes. Super Pro, please make your way back on down to the staging lanes. Stand by, Junior Dragsters. So Katnick takes the win in that last pass, as now we'll put up Paul Stretch and Jan Christensen. The Nova racing against the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier. Two more green lights. And by 0.05 of a second, it's Paul Stretch at the top end. 008 to an 053 gives Paul Stretch the win. Won that race here at the start line. As Paul Debris Jr. and Rod Leclerc stage, you can see your round 2 ladder for Canada West Doorslammers up on the big screens. Leclerc in the Paradise Homes Camaro dialed in at 682. Paul Debris Jr. in the straight line race cars and Bandy lift trucks Valiant dialed in at 848 out of Shawnigan Lake. Well, this one's so close on the tree. This is going to definitely be for the quarter mile. Just 2 thou in Paul Debris Jr.'s back pocket, and Rod Leclerc pulls around for the win. Debris Jr. goes under, trying to stay in front. 007 to a 009 light, but Debris ran an 846 with a 4 on the 848 dial. 16 thousandths of a second under the mark. And that wraps up Canada West Doorslammers for round 2 of eliminations. Next up, round 2 of eliminations for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters, we're calling you to the staging lanes. We need Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2. Stand by motorcycles. Once again, that's Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2. Stand by motorcycles. Into pro bracket round 2 of eliminations, and we started off with Jeff Whitworth in the Precise Mechanical S10 from the Nymo, dialed at 999. Will race Ray Bollinger in the TestandTune.com GTO out of Maple Ridge. Both drivers away on green lights. Whitworth trying to chase down Bollinger, but can't make the pass. Ray Bollinger outdrags him at the quarter mile. Had about a 4/10 disadvantage on the tree compared to Whitworth, but was still able to hang out in front. Jeff Whitworth being a little bit too conservative. Was about 2/10 off of his dial and up at the top end. Bring it up for Dell Northgraves out of Pitt Meadows in the Ritchie Racing Engines Nova, and Mount Patterson's Malfunction Acadian. And the Albion Tire Land Acadian goes red on the tree. 43 thou. Dell Northgraves moves on to round 2. Pair of darts going to be racing against each other as they duel down the racetrack. Chris Stone for Stone Cold Racing and Winter Harbor Marina. Titanium Auto Group and BG Fuel Products will race Veronica Hodgson. Hodgson's way on the green. Stone in hot pursuit, also away on the green. Double breakout. Chris Stone moves on. Hodgson went 1261 with a 1 on the 1270 dial. Stone was only 4 thou under the mark, as Hodgson was almost 800ths under. Jim Banky pulls around Darren Burt for the win. Stays out in front as Darren Burt lost that race on the start line. A 10.5 to an 0.28 light. We'll bring out Nick Ribello. 11.26. John Vandeven and the Murphy's Law Firebird going to be racing against him. We'll be chasing him down. Vandeven goes red. 17 thousandths of a second. Ribello moves on to round 3. Kevin McCauley bringing up the old school Cutlass, styled in at 12 seconds, will leave 6/10 sooner than Walter Johnson's Chevelle. And Kevin McCauley stays in front. Walter Johnson broke out trying to get around him, but still crossed that line in second. Two green bulbs from the Johnson's Custom Exhaust and Rad Torch Systems Malibu, driven by Craig Johnson and Steve Baskerville's Golf. Advantage of the Golf on the tree, but Craig Johnson still gets there first. 047, Baskerville blazed the tree with a 003 light, but Craig Johnson just had the better package up at the top end. Next pairing up of Doug Marshall. Calls that Chevy to Marcia. He's dialed in at 10:08. We'll be losing about half a bulb after Lorenz Schwartz. And the Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop, Monte Carlo. Two green lights. Lorenz Schwartz stays in front. Doug Marshall couldn't make the pass. Wrap it up for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying. And we will get set to move into Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro. It's a very interesting Super Pro car. It's coming around underneath the Lordco Auto Parts bridge. I'm going to act like I planned that whole thing and that I didn't completely get my own run order mixed up. So instead, we'll be moving into Peden Industries Junior Thunder for what will be their semifinal rounds. 4 drivers. Sorry, quarterfinal rounds. You've got 7 drivers still in competition. Alana Everett with a bye. You got both Katnick's in the Thunder category still in competition. So is Emily White, Connor Jackson, Cadis Rodriguez, and Brody Brimacombe all still in the fight. It's going to be Adam Katnick for TK Performance out of Maple Ridge, dialed in at 897. Emily White will have just a 0.07 of a second handicap. For Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Lordco Auto Parts, Walco, and SNT Enterprises for White Lightning Racing. Two red lights. Adam Katnick. The lesser offender, 091 red to Emily White's 158. Bring up the bye run. Alana Everett. As Elena Everett heads down track to the 8th mile, we're going to be calling Hot Rod to the rear of staging to be laddered. Attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we need you to the back of staging to be laddered. Brody Brimacombe turns on the Red Bull by about a quarter of a second. Ashton Katnick will get a freebie into round number 3 and the semifinals of Peden Industries Junior Thunder. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles, we need motorcycles to staging to be laddered. Motorcycles, come on down to the head of staging to be laddered. Brown Connor Jackson in the TKO Hot Rods and Fitness Lab Junior Dragster. Alongside Cadence Rodriguez in the 2006 Creative Junior Dragster for Ken Specialty Auto, Tri-City Cutting, Corvette West, and Milron Truck Body from Chilliwack. Jackson leaves too soon. He had to have been patient for almost 3 seconds. Couldn't be patient enough. Cadence Rodriguez will be in the semis. That wraps up Peden Industries Junior Thunder. We roll straight into the semifinals of Peden Industries Junior Lightning. Lincoln Shirk over here, Tower Side, his 2005 Mike Boss Dragster. Ciel Gagnon gonna be on the Lordco side. For Big Kids Racing and Titanium Auto Group out of Qualicum Beach. Shirk staging his titanium Rad Torque System and Bubba Speed Shop Machine. Both drivers pre-staged. An 816 dial to a 790. Red light start, Ciel Gagnon. And Lincoln Shirk finds himself in the final. So now it's a question of who's going to face off against Shirk. Will it be Emma Debris-Coos in the straight line race cars and B&D lift trucks machine out of Shawnigan Lake? Or will it be Aiden Katnick for TK Performance out of Maple Ridge? This race going to be separated by just 0.02 of a second on the tree. More likely than not, you will not be able to even see the difference as that tree goes down. Katnick turns on the red bulb, 0.04 of a second. Emma Debris-Coos moves on to the final to face off against Lincoln Shirk.
Alrighty. Thanks very much, Nolan. Had a hamburger at the Half Track Snack Shack, and boy, that place is rocking. That's for sure. Big, long lineup of food, but didn't take me very long whatsoever. So, I am told we're waiting for Super Pro. So that is going to be coming under the bridge here in just a few short minutes. The Super Pro category. That's all kinds of vehicles running between $7 and $11.99. Can't run any quicker than $7. And all electronics accepted. So our first pair is going to be Martin Rochelle and Mike Stewart. Burnout's complete. Mike Stewart, the longer of the two. 1967 white Chevy 2 over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. The spectator side. Martin Rochelle over here on the tower side out of Surrey in the 78 Malibu. Built that Malibu back in about 1988 when he was racing at the Eagle Motorplex in Ashcroft, BC, and it has been a strong runner for him. It can go as quick as 990. So that's why you see him in the Super Combo class as well as Super Pro. Everybody has green lights on the start, and at the finish line, it's a win for Martin Rochelle. 005 reaction time helped him get there with a 1091 on a 1090 dial, 123 miles an hour. Brings up Wes Vath and Jeff Whitworth. Whitworth in the pickup, the 84 Chevy pickup, precision mechanical repairs, 427 cubic inches under the hood of the S10. Wes Vath, he's driving the 83 Firebird. 13 years racing, and needs to thank sponsors Lordco, Acumen Machine, Soria Fed Tire, and Campbell River. And it'll be West Vath advancing 9:55 at 141 miles an hour, but Whitworth was right there because Vath was chasing him down. Margin of victory was 3 thousandths of a second. 3 thousandths of a second. So it was a tight one. A squeaker at the top end. Dan Provost now backing up from his long burnout. The Abbotsford entrepreneur, owner of Rad Torque Systems. 515 cubic inches of big block Chevy with a blower. Dialed in at 759 against Zach Liston's 55 Chevy that's got 835 up on the reader board. 835 on the window as well. That's where we see it. Mount Vernon is home for Zach. And they are both staged and ready to go. That's an upset. 841. 841 at 154 miles an hour for Zach Liston to pick up the win. The Dragster was on his way to get around him, had a better reaction time, but you heard the engine quit just before the finish line. So Zach Liston, 841 for the win in that 55 Chevy. Emily Gerard. Tension in the Pete's. Tension in the Pete's. Junior Street, we need you to lane 6, please. Finalist, Junior Street. Bring him up, lane 6. Emily Gerard from Chilliwack in her Dragster over on the spectator side. 752 is the dial-in. 1092 for Nick Angelucci, who's leaving the line right now. Agassi is home for Nick. But he red-lit. So Emily Gerard gets another run into the next round. She runs 749. 749 at 179 miles per hour. Attention in the pits, Super Combo. We're going to put you on standby. Super Combo, you're on standby for your next call. So John Jenkins, after experiencing, shall we say, a few headaches with this yellow S10 that he picked up and started running for this year, he seems to have got it all sorted out, and it's going around. Craig Johnson's in the other lane. Johnson's Custom Exhaust Wagon, sponsored by Rad Torque. Reaction time's almost identical, and it's going to be a win line for John Jenkins. He gets to go one more round. 1074 to 122 miles an hour. Into the hot rod category now with Rob Hodgson heading down, getting the win at 1097, 121 miles an hour. So your 2021 Hot Rod champion going one more round. 121 miles an hour, 10.97 for the win against Ken Christensen. Ryan Johnston now, 63 Nasty Fish Corvette, in hot pursuit of Darren Burt in his 68 Nova. Virtually identical reaction times is going to mean the win light comes on for Ryan Johnston. 8:34 on an 8:31 dial, 164 miles an hour. Corvette moving on, going rounds. Martin Jackman, Larry Rodenizer. Larry driving the Old Yeller. Lordco sponsored 1946 Ford. And Martin Jackman from Mission in the wagon, 64 Chevelle. Attention in the pits, Junior Street. Junior Street final. We need you to lane 6 ASAP. Once again, reaction time's really a toss-up. Win light comes on for Martin Jackman. 13:04 to 101 miles an hour. I say this over and over again. It's not how quick you are, it's how consistent you are. And Martin Jackman's been able to be as consistent as you need to be to move on in rounds. Here comes Mark Brenzinger now and Rob Monroe Sr. 6/10 of a handicap start going to the out-of-time Nova. Left the start line first, but it is going to be a win, too, for Mark Brenzinger. 9.80 at 124 miles per hour. Reaction time had a lot to play in that, as his reaction time was 0.22. Well, a number starting with 1. So Mark Brenzinger getting a good chunk of the tree on that one, even though he was 0.2 over at the stripe. Here's Jordan Almas now and Glenn Fillingham. By my count, there's about 3 American Motors products that we see showing up regularly, and this is one. It's a 68 AMX. 390 cubic inch motor in it. Red light start for the Dart. So Glenn Fillingham moving on into the next round with the AMX. Runs at 12:26 at 108 miles an hour. Here comes Dustin Hunter now and Ron Clark. Clark in the 69 Chevelle, 64 Ford Falcon for Dustin Hunter. Falcon, fast little cart, 9:01 is the dial-in against Ron Clark's 12:61. But it's a red light start for Ron Clark. He was trying to take advantage of that handicap and then some, and just left too soon. So the win light comes on for Dustin Hunter. 9 flat at 148 miles an hour. Dustin Hunter advancing into the next round. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super shifters. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Super shifter, bring them up. Lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, you're on standby. As we continue to move through rounds, Randy Hermsen and Jerry Brabander. Everybody waiting for the green light this time. At the end of the 13:20, it is going to be a win light for Randy Hermsen. Once again, consistency. Winning the day, 13:65 at 94 miles an hour. Randy Hermsen takes the 58 Oldsmobile into the next round as Jim Benke and Brian Prescott get ready. Now roll forward into the pre-stage beams. Benke in the Rad Torque Plymouth Cuda. Dialed in at 10:18 against Prescott's 11:72, so the Chevelle moves out first. Benke comes after him. Not able to get around the Chevelle, goes 11:74 with a 6 at 115 miles an hour. So Brian Prescott ekes out a win on that one. So Doug Marshall getting the handicap start over the Little Altered. Actually gets the win, too. 10-13. The Altered not able to catch up and get around him. 10-13 for Doug Marshall, 129 miles an hour. So we've got motorcycles coming up next. Hey, but here's something that was handed to me. You know that we've got the big Hot Rod reunion next Saturday. I'll be out here talking to some of the club members and everything else. But the Hot Rod reunion, first of its kind in British Columbia, the 4 of the original Hot Rod clubs all coming together. We have got over 700 custom cars and hot rods. Old ones, new ones, you name it, all shined up to show off here next weekend. So if you're under the age of 25, do you have a car or truck that you significantly contributed in building? Well, if you answered yes to both these questions, we want your car or truck in the Old Car Center Corral for our 25 Under 25 contest. Vehicles entered in the Hot Rod reunion of BC Custom Car Show can enter in this category and will be judged separately from the show by the Old Car Center. Many great prizes will be given away in our corral, and the winner will receive $2,000 scholarship towards any post-secondary institution. We welcome all vehicle types, whether import or domestic, car or truck, but it's limited to 25 entries, which will be our 25 Under 25 section right in front at the show. So Al Oman getting the bye run there in motorcycle. Runs a 9:23 with a 6 at 140 miles an hour. And here comes Rob Forder and Roger Bacharo. Roger's on the Kawasaki over on the spectator side. 840 is the dial in. And Rob Forder, the 98 Buell, 1210. So the Buell over here, tower side, moves out first. Buell does not sound at all healthy, and Roger Bacharo picks up the win, 871, 122 miles an hour. And that looks like that's going to set up the final in motorcycle. It'll be Roger and Al Oman. So final round then for Junior Street, and it's going to be Richard Peterson and Taryn Monroe. Final round. We had 3 vehicles, so we're basically going from semis to finals, and it is going to be a handicap start for Taryn over on the Lordco side. Richard Peterson from Grand Prairie, Taryn from Surrey. On the brakes, he picks up the win, 10:32 for Richard Peterson. 58 miles an hour. You saw him tap the brakes just to make sure he wasn't going to go over that 10:05 that he dialed in at. So congratulations to Richard Peterson. BC Super Shifters, sponsored this weekend by Mcleod Racing. Your number one stop in drivetrain components is Mcleod. Check out McleodRacing.com and become Mcleod equipped today. Dale Posnick and Keith Winterbottom. First pair up to the line in the Super Shifter category, 1028 to dial in for the Mustang. Over here, Towers side, and the Nova, 862. Well, they both go red. True Start System gives the win to Dale Posnick. His red 037 as opposed to Keith's 042. Posnick runs a 1031 at 130 miles an hour. So wind light coming on for Dale Posnick in the Mustang. As Lynn Brook from Port Angeles, Washington, brings the Camaro to the line against Scott Winterbottom. Scott heading down track. It's going to be a win light for Scott Winterbottom, 939, 134 miles an hour. So attention to the pits. Once again, we have called Super Combo to the lanes. You should be there, 3 and 4. Super Combo, you should be there. And Super Shifters, well, that's where we're at right now. Will Zorick, as we set up the semifinal. Zorick getting the bye run in the 62 Chevy here. .1124 to 119 miles an hour, and he did that in the process with a perfect reaction time of trip zip 000, meaning he hit the gas and the car started to move and broke the beam at exactly the right moment that the green light came on. No delay. So any better than that, and he'd have gone red. But a perfect reaction time, and an 11:24 gets Will Zorick into the semifinals in Super Shifters, presented this weekend by Mcleod Racing. So there's a note up here in the tower that you probably heard Nolan talking about earlier, that if you are parked up by the motocross track, you need to make sure that you are moved by 9 a.m. tomorrow. It's all right to be there this afternoon and this evening, but if you're parked by the motocross track, you need to move it by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thanks. Attention in the pits, Sportsman. We need Sportsman to the staging lanes. Bring him up, Sportsman. So here we go with a bit of a rerun of sorts from the Canada West Doorslammers last round. Tom Katnick and Brian Ritchie. Ritchie in the black Chevelle. And Tom Katnick, sponsored by TK Performance in the Camaro. Katnick dialed in 762, Ritchie 796. So Ritchie will leave the line first. Start line crew giving the heads up. A couple of hits on the hood. Get the driver up, and away we go. Everybody's green here at this point, and at the stripe, it's a win for Tom Katnick. 769, 171 miles an hour. So better reaction time for Tom of 016. Brian Ritchie at a 78. So Tom Katnick ahead all the way down and wins with a 769, 171 miles per hour on that rerun. Okay, we're going into Super Combo now. Index Racing, 1090. We got that number on the reader board, the 1090. So these cars are all racing to get as close to 1090 as possible. With the electronics on board, the delays and throttle stops, you'll watch them launch super hard off the start line, and then all the electronics take the power away for a designated period, some shorter, some longer, all with the idea that they're going to restrain their car from running any quicker than 1090. These guys can't all run faster than that, so the trick is not to. The trick is to get there at 1090. So handicap start is a toss-up, and you can see Quigley on the play for a long time. before that power comes back in that Mustang for the win. Al Quigley, 995 or 1095 rather, at 142 miles an hour. So Quigley moving on, which brings up Warren Jacobson and Tyler Dalgleish. Now Tyler is in a index category, but it's the super gas category. So Warren super street at 1090, Tyler 990 is the index for the Roadster. That's 57 Corvette, and his index is 990. So he's trying to get as close to 990 on the spectator side. And you see the 1 second handicap start as they both now work to try and get their designated index, and it is going to be Warren Jacobson that gets there with a 1092 against Tyler's 993. So closer to the 1090, that is Warren Jacobson at 135 miles an hour. Steve Lowe, Mark Downing. Steve Lowe from Langley, 75 Nova. So again, pretty similar reaction times. And at the stripe, it's a win light for Mark Downing. 1091 with a 7 and 145 miles an hour. So Downing takes the Malibu into the next round of Super Combo. That'll be the semifinal round, too. Hey, attention in the pits, Randy Hermsen. Randy Hermsen, we need you in the staging lanes. Randy Hermsen, we are waiting for you. Ken has a big smile. Oh, there he comes. He's coming around the bend. Hey, I was walking down getting my hamburger, and I saw the good folks at Badass Garage on the property. I mentioned them before, but I forgot one thing when I was talking about all the great stuff that they have available, all sorts of signs and vintage memorabilia and license plates, everything you need to decorate your space. I forgot to mention, you know when I said they do neon signs? Well, they do custom neon signs. So if you got somebody on your gift list that could get a big wow out of the custom neon sign thing, that might be just the ticket. You want to check out the Badass Garage. Talk to them about doing a custom neon sign. I mean, who wouldn't like that, right? The best in garage decor. Check out the Badass Garage. They're located just before you get to the Snack Shack here on the pit side. Attention in the pits, we need Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to the lanes, please. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to the lanes.
Window, dial in. He doesn't even have a radio on.
He's wearing a white shirt and a white dial, and you can't see it. Steve, tell him.
English, as usual. Saw Randy Hermson just take the tree, but as we move along in Sportsman, Sylvia Hoogson and Ken Christensen heading down track. Wind light's going to come on a double breakout. Ken Christensen, the 67 Chevy pickup, goes 1254 to 106 miles an hour. So Ken Christensen adding to the win tally, and moving on to the next round as Jim Mantle and Sidney Jung roll up, creating our semifinal. Mantle driving the 77 Pacer, 258 cubic inches, one of 2 American Motors products here on the property this weekend. I think the most I've ever seen is 3. We've got 2 of them here today. Mantle is off and Sidney in hot pursuit. Win light to Jim Mantle. Once again, you don't have to be the quickest, but you do have to be consistent. So Sidney went too quick, 12 flat on a 12:03 dial. So win light comes on for Jim Mantle at 14:64 with a 7 on a dial-in that is 14:64. So dead on 7, 89 miles an hour. So we'll see Jim Mantle come back around. Semifinal in Sportsman. Hey, attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters, we need you to lane 1, please. Junior Dragsters, bring them up. Lane 1, this is your call. So we have called Junior Dragsters. Super Pro, you are on standby now. Super Pro, you're on standby. So once again, I do want to mention how next Saturday we have got a rather historic event that is taking place here at Mission Raceway. Ralph Ehlers has spearheaded a campaign to bring together 4 of the biggest original hot rod clubs in BC and bring the members out, bring the cars out, get them out of the garage, get them down to Mission Raceway, share war stories and everything else. And so that is taking place next Saturday. No racing, but there will be over 700 vehicles on the property. And those will be hot rods, those will be custom cars, those will be all sorts of shiny rods. So you want to see some great cars, have a wonderful car show in the sun, with the sun glinting off all the metal flake and everything else. It's going to be quite the day. I'm going to hopefully have the opportunity to interview a lot of the club owners and presidents of past days, talk about the good old days, and talk about the clubs as they are today, and talk about the impact that these car clubs have had on collecting cars and making cars here in British Columbia. So that's next Saturday right here at Mission Raceway. Doors open, I guess, at about 9 o'clock. So hope to see you here if you're interested in hot rods and custom cars. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket now. Cars have been shut off as we are looking, are thinking, are checking. So we retrieved whatever was left out on the racing surface, refired Ray Bollinger and Nick Ribello. So they roll into the water box now and get set to clean the tires. Nick Ribello over here tower side from Maple Ridge. Dialed in at 11:26 with Ray Bollinger from Maple Ridge as well. The testandtune.com 63 Pontiac. Attention in the pits, Doorslammers, 10 minutes standby. Doorslammers, 10 minutes standby call. And Super Pro, we need you to the rear of staging. What was so funny? 10 minutes. So the win light comes on to Ray Bollinger, 1071. Takes the Test and Tune Pontiac into the next round as Kevin McCauley and Jim Benke get set. Hey, attention in the pits. We also need Hot Rod on standby. Hot Rod, you're on standby. Super Pro, we need you to the rear of staging again. So Kevin McCauley, who was out of racing for a good number of years, has been back at it now for the last few years, up against Jim Benke. Benke gets the win, 1037, 111 miles an hour. Continuing on now, Loren Schwartz and Dale Northgraves in the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Dale from Pitt Meadows in the 77 Nova. And Lorenz, well, he's from Langley, 83 Monte Carlo. 10:69 is the dial-in for Dell and 10:28 for Lorenz. So 0.4 of a second is all that's going to be on the tree. That's the handicap start for Dell. So staging ever so carefully. So somebody's got a really good reaction time here, and that's going to be Lorenz Schwartz. 007 reaction time gets the, contributes to the win of 10:38 and 118 miles an hour. Chris Stone and Craig Johnson. Craig Johnson from Langley, the Rad Torque sponsored Dart. Chris Stone, Winter Harbor Marina, Titanium Auto Group, BG Fuel Products, sponsoring that dart. Craig Johnson, the Oldsmobile, 11:83 is the time, and Chris Stone, 10:22. So, Craig Johnson heads out first, but goes red. 0.02 of a second red. So, Craig Johnson is out of here. And Chris Stone gets the win, 10:18 at 130 miles an hour. We're getting set for junior dragsters to make their appearance once again for the next round. On track, it'll be Junior Thunder as we're down to the final in Junior Lightning. So that will come up probably a little bit later. But Thunder, we've got a few more to run. Attention in the pits, Zach Liston. We need you back to the staging lane. Zach Liston. Ken Lowe wants to see you personally in the staging lanes. So Junior Dragsters rolling into the stage beams. Adam Katnick and Cadence Rodrigue. Cadence in the 2006 Creative Junior Dragster from Chilliwack. Sponsored by Ken's Specialty, Tri-City Cutting, Corvette West, and Milron Truck Body over on the Lordco lane. Getting the hold signal from crew, and everybody gets the go-ahead. Adam Katnick rolls in. 9 seconds is the dial-in. Cadence will leave first. Couple-second handicap start. She is off and running. Win light comes on for Adam Katnick. Adam goes 9:01. Had a 009 reaction time, and that certainly played into that. Plus, he was right on the dial, 9:01 on a 9 flat dial. So Adam Katnick advancing into the next round. Alana Everett now. Attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we need you to the rear of staging, please. Hot Rod, rear of staging. And Canada West Doorslammers, bring them up to 5 and 6, please. Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes, 5 and 6. Alana Everett and Ashton Katnick. So this is Junior Thunder. Alana, long time almost begging the family to get a dragster. She wanted a dragster. She wanted to get in there and race and go fast. So the family managed to make that possible. These things don't happen without family participation. And that's true of every one of the junior dragsters. So Alana Everett and Ashton Katnick heading down to the stripe. It'll be a win light for Ashton Katnick. Goes 14:28 on a 14:25 dial, 45 miles an hour. Alana well off her dial in of 13:90. She runs 14:44. So Ashton Katnick picking up that round win. So final round now in Junior Lightning, and it's going to be Lincoln Shirk and Emma Debris-Coos. Lincoln, in the previous round, took out Colton Morin, and that got him into this final round. Actually, he took out Colton in the first round and then took out CL in the second round, so that's what got him into the final. Emma Debris-Coos, well, she took out Abigail White in the first round, and then Aiden Katnick in the second round. So here we go, final round then, Lincoln Shirk and Emma Debris-Coos. Lincoln dialed in at 8:15, Emma Debris-Coos 7:99. So Emma the quicker of the two cars. Lincoln will get the handicap start in his 2005 Mike Boss Chassis Junior Dragster. Win light comes on for Emma Debris-Coos, your Junior Lightning champion here today. 8:10. She runs at 75 miles an hour. Straight line race cars that whole team. Congratulations to Emma Debris-Coos and the whole group from Shawnigan Lake. That's a great win. So Emma Debris-Coos taking home the trophy today, 8:10 at 75 miles an hour. Lincoln Shirk, for the record, 8:18 at 79 miles an hour. Emma had the better reaction time in 0:53. Lincoln just a little bit late there with a reaction time that starts with a 1. Super Pro time. That's where we're at. Super Pro. All cars running between 7 seconds and 11:99 with any kind of electronics that you like in the Super Pro category. It is the fastest bracket class in the Summit ET Racing Series. And just like junior dragsters are a launching pad for racing in the big cars, Emily Gerard, classic example of that. Multi-year champion in Junior Lightning, making the move up to the family dragster here. So too is Super Pro, a jumping launch-off pad for something in the quicker categories. .752 at 167 miles per hour. She's dialed in at 752. She goes dead on 3, 167 miles per hour. Wes Vath and Martin Rochelle now in Super Pro. Vancouver Car Wraps. Super Pro. Vath from Kamloops, been racing for 13 years. Machinist there. Sponsored by Lordco, an Acumen machine. 1983 Firebird up against a 1978 Malibu that just got the handicap start. So Vath in pursuit of Martin Rochelle. 1092, the win light for Martin Rochelle. 1092 at 122 miles an hour. John Jenkins and Zach Liston. So Jenkins, mentioned this earlier, having no end of teething problems with this S10 pickup earlier in the year. Seems to have worked out all of those problems and is going rounds today. He's dialed in at 1073. Zach Liston in the 55 Chevy from Mount Vernon, Washington, where he's a mechanic. Ottawallet Racing is called. Handicap start going to John Jenkins, and here comes the 55 in hot pursuit. That yellow S10. Will he get around him at the top end? No, he does not. 1073, the win for John Jenkins, sponsored by Lordco, RBS, Reconstruction Building Services, along with Lordco and McKinsey Racing. Burnouts complete for Martin Jackman and Mark Brenzinger now. Martin Jackman in the 64 Chevelle. 1301 is the dial. Mark Brenzinger in the 64 Nova. Out of time, he calls it. You got to take a close look at that car. His homage to Back to the Future in many, many respects. Mark Brenzinger dialed in at 966. Jackman 1301 has been going through rounds with that station wagon. Will he keep going? Will he keep moving on? It is yet to be determined, and yes, he does. He goes 1312. 1312 at 93 miles an hour. Martin Jackman advancing, taking that 64 wagon, the grocery getter, into the next round. As our 2021 Hot Rod champion now gets set to race Dustin Hunter. Rob Hodgson, our 2021 track champion in the Hot Rod category, dialed in at 1098. Dustin Hunter in the Falcon, dialed in at 9 flat. Knob is off. Here comes the Falcon. Hodgson trying to stay out in front, does not. Manages to slip past, goes too quick. 10.97 on a 10.98, just trying to stay out in front, but Dustin Hunter, 9.02 on a 9 flat dial, 149 miles an hour, so Dustin Hunter over in the Lordco side, your winner. Ryan Johnston and Glenn Fillingham now. Fillingham from Coquitlam, 68 AMX, and Ryan Johnson in the 63 Corvette. Saging ever so shallowly, blinking the bulb. AMX is off and running. Here comes the Corvette. $12.22, 108 miles an hour for Glenn Fillingham to advance. So that's going to take care of Hot Rod. So attention to the pits, Super Combo, we need you to the lanes. Super Combo, we need you to the lanes. Super Shifters, you're on standby. So as we're just getting set to get into the next round of action, I'll turn the microphone over to Nolan.
Doug Marshall going to be coming on up next in the 1962 Chevy 2 out of Enderby. Dialed in at 10.11 on the by run from Hot Rod. So we'll move on to the round of 8. 261 on the tree for Doug Marshall. He'll top that off with a 10.12 at 130 miles an hour. Moving on down, Randy Hermson in the Winged Behemoth Oldsmobile. He'll take it to Brian Prescott in his Chevelle. Continuing on through round 3 of eliminations. In the Hot Rod category, sponsored by Badass Garage. Both drivers away on green lights. Prescott trying to chase down the Behemoth. Goes under trying to do so. Randy Hermson. We'll move on to the next round as Prescott goes under by just 2 thousandths of a second. So that wraps up another round of eliminations in Hot Rod, we get set to roll into Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers this weekend, sponsored by Greenlight Auto Sales. Along with Total Dairy Solutions, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Traveland RV. Jason Field, sponsored by VP Fuel Distributors, going to be up first in the Lil Overkill Nova. We'll be racing against Adam DeYoung in the Total Dairy Solutions and Artex Barnes 67 Chevy Camaro. Looks like Field's going to pre-stage first. And DeYoung bumps in right behind him. Two green lights, DeYoung out in front. Field trying to close the gap. Adam DeYoung goes under by 7 thou. Runs 8:47 with a 3 on the 8:48. Promoting Jason Field into yet another round. Paul Stretch going to be racing against your number one qualifier on the day, Rod LeClaire in the Paradise Homes Camaro. Both drivers burning out way over the starting line. With just one race left after this weekend, Paul Stretch is set to leave as the points leader after he had come in the midst of a three-way tie for the points lead in your Canada West Doorslammers category. But after the other two drivers that he was tied with for the points lead went out in the last round of eliminations, that Mid-Island Engines Cavalier is in good position to have some leverage coming into the season finale. Rod LeClaire is going to be having to wait just over 0.4 of a second as Paul Stretch dialed in at 7:30. Will be leaving first. Both drivers away on the green. Double breakout, Paul Stretch, the lesser offender, crossed the line first by 0.6 of a second, but he only went 4 thousandths under. LeClaire went 300ths. Tom Katnick going to come up in the TK Performance Camaro. We'll be leaving first to John DeYoung of the Artex Total Dairy Solutions Camaro. Katnick left too soon. Broke the tree. John DeYoung will move on into the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Combo finalists. We need you in the staging lanes as well as Super Shifters. So Super Combo and Super Shifters, you have both been called down to the staging lanes. Now it looks like it'll wrap it up then for the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers this weekend, sponsored by Greenlight Auto Sales. Looking for a vehicle but worried you won't be approved? Greenlight Auto Financing can help. With decades of experience and a large pool of lenders, their finance team has plenty of options, including in-house financing. If you have a bad credit history, bankruptcies, or repossessions, Greenlight Auto Financing can get you approved. With over 1,500 vehicles of all makes and models, they'll make the process smooth and hassle-free. They're located at 7179 Horn Street in Mission. Contact them at greenlightautofinancing.ca to get started today.
Pits Thunder finalists, we need you back to the lanes, please. Junior Thunder finalists, we need you back to the lanes. This is your call. Attention in the pits, Sportsman, Pro, and Super Pro. We need you to the rear of staging, please, for your next round. Sportsman, Pro, and Super Pro. Need you all in the lanes, please. So 2 cars left in the Super Combo category, both of these 1090, so this will be our final round in Super Combo. It's Index Racing at its finest. Mentioned earlier, they got a race to 1090. They can go much quicker than that. So the real trick with the electronics is to hold the car back just enough so that you get as close to 1090 as possible. So Mark Downing and Warren Jacobson, 2 competitors in this final round. Win light's going to come on for Mark Downing from Maple Ridge. He goes 1092 on a 1090 index. So his win at 145 miles an hour crowns him Super Combo champion here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco. So congratulations to Mark Downing for his win here today. motorcycle, and it looks like it's a final. Roger Basharo defeated the Buell in the previous round, and Al Oman had the bye, so here we are in the final. Al Oman, the 13-time MRP champion, 2 times Division 6 champion, Summit ET Finals 2001 champion, and 3 times runner-up. That's pretty intimidating for a resume. Al Oman dialed in at 9:21. Roger Basharo from Merritt, he's dialed in at 8:45. So Al gets the jump start on the handicap. He's staged. There they go. So Roger's in pursuit of Al. Will Al hang on for the win? He does. He goes 9:20 with a 7 as they both break out. 139 miles an hour. It's a risky business when you both break out because you still want to be the lesser of the two who broke out. And that was the case with Al Oman. Dialed in at 9:21, and he runs 9:20 with a 7, so 3 thou closer to his dial than was Roger. So congratulations to Al for picking up yet another win here at the Summit ET Race Series number 11 of the year. Burnouts complete on the BC Super Shifters, sponsored by Mcleod Racing. Mcleod Racing, your #1 stop for drivetrain components. Check out mcleodracing.com and become Mcleod equipped today. We've got 3 cars left in competition, so this is the semifinal. Will Zorek in the 62 Chevy and Dale Posnick in the 67 Mustang. They're staged and set to go. It's going to be Zorek leaving first with Posnick in hot pursuit. Making their way down, and the win light comes on for Will Zorek. Goes 11:24 at 119 miles an hour, taking out Posnick. And that means he is into the final, and he is going to be racing Scott Winterbottom, who has a bye run because of the 3 cars left in competition. So Scott from Langley, pipe fitter there. Rags to riches, top shop, 63 Chevy 2. Heavy torque on the left front. Stays in the groove and runs it out to a 937 on a 936 dial, 139 miles an hour. So Scott Winterbottom meets Will Zorek in the final of Super Shifter, presented by Mcleod. Pay attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. This is a personal invite. Emily Gerard, we need you in the staging lanes. Emily Gerard, we're calling you personally. Ken Lowe has asked for your presence in the staging lanes. So TDN Constructors sponsoring the Sportsman class this weekend. They're a pipeline and industrial mechanical contractor specializing in fabricating and welding large diameter heavy wall penstock, as well as all aspects of pipe fabrication and pipeline coating and lining. TDN Constructors sponsoring the Sportsman class this weekend. And in the water box right now is Randy Hermson and Jim Mantle. 3 cars left in the category to work our way down to the final. So one of these two ends up in the final. Will it be Jim Mantle, last year's runner-up in the category? Or will it be Randy Hermson, who just is a perennial favorite, running year after year after year in that 3,800-pound Oldsmobile from 1958? Last year, he was the Race of Champions. He was one of the highlight winners. Red light start for Jim Mantle, so he was really keen to do it, but left too soon. So Randy Hermson is going into the final again. Slow and steady wins the race, it seems. 13:56 at 102 miles an hour. So Randy Hermson going into the final against Ken Christensen, the contractor from Salmon Arm, sponsored by Old Car Center and Tybro Construction. 67 Chevy, 6.2 liter GM under the hood of that pickup. .1265 at 94 miles an hour. Final is set for the Sportsman category. Final round in Junior Thunder. It's a battle of the Katnick family. Adam Katnick over here on the tower side and Ashton on the spectator side. Maple Ridge home base for both these teams. It's a family affair. It's all sponsored by TK Performance. That's, I'm guessing, Tom Katnick. Pop. So Adam dialed in at 9 flat. Ashton 1425. So remember, we talked about how depending on the age, the car is going to be tuned to your age. So you'll be wanting to take that into account. 1425, a little bit slower than on the slower side of the Thunder category, but this is the final, so speed is not necessarily the key, or ET. It's whether you made it through the rounds or not. Ashton is off, and here comes Adam. Adam doing his best to catch Ashton. Adam does it. Goes 9:01, 72 miles an hour. So your winner in Junior Thunder today, Adam Katnick. So he'll be under the winner's circle a little bit later on for pictures. Hot Rod in the pits. We need you to staging ASAP. Hot Rod, we need you to staging ASAP. So we're getting close to the final rounds. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket here, semifinal. Jim Benke and Ray Bollinger. So Jim Benke with the Rad Torque Plymouth Barracuda. 440 cubic inches of Mopar power. 1016 is the dial-in. Ray Bollinger with the Pontiac, 63 Pontiac with Chevy power. He leads first, but not by much, only about 0.5 of a second. Getting there first on a double breakout, Jim Benke goes 10:15.9 on a 10:16 dial, so he was as close as you could get without necessarily being dead on. 124 miles an hour, so Jim Benke going into the final. And I know what's on Chris Stone's wish list. He wants to go into the final now. Chris Stone in the Dart here tower side against Lorenz Schwartz in the Monte Carlo. Chris Stone thinking, be patient, be patient. You know, Lorenz has a 1/10 of a second handicap start. Just be patient. I want to be in that final against Benke. Sure, that's what he's thinking. So they both leave clean and green, and so that means that Chris Stone is going to have to drive around Lorenz Schwartz to get into that final round, and he does not do it. Lorenz Schwartz takes the 83 Monte Carlo into the final round of Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Bracket, running a 10:28 with a 6 at 129 miles an hour. It was a squeaker at the top end, though. Margin of victory, 16/10,000ths of a second. So it was really tight at the top end. Lorenz was out first, and Chris was just about going to catch him if there was a few more feet of the racetrack. But 16/10,000ths of a second is the margin of victory for Lorenz Schwartz to go into the final against Jim Benke in the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket category. So then we are waiting for Super Pro. We had made the call for Emily Gerard, and I guess she heard that, and so she is in the staging lanes now as we get set. We're also semifinal round in Super Pro. We got Emily Gerard, John Jenkins, and Martin Rochelle all waiting to see who goes in the final. Martin Rochelle I can see, John Jenkins I can see, and Emily Gerard is there as well. So everybody's getting suited up. And bring them around. I hear cars coming underneath the bridge. That looks like Martin Rochelle. He's got the bye run in this semifinal in Super Pro. So he'll be first off. His spot in the final, guaranteed. Well, as long as he doesn't cross the center line or hit the wall or anything like that. Martin Rochelle picks up the win, goes 1089 at 126 miles an hour. So he is confidently in the final of Super Pro. Now the question is, who will Martin Rochelle face? Will it be Emily Gerard in the Dragster from Chilliwack? Or will it be John Jenkins in the 1988 S10 pickup over here, Tower Side? Emily Gerard dialed in at 751. John Jenkins 1073. So of this pair, John Jenkins is going to be leaving the start line almost 3 seconds ahead of Emily Gerard. So once again, like in any situation where you're waiting for the green light, patience is a virtue, but it's especially tricky when you're trying to take advantage of a handicap start that you have, and you know that your competition has a good chance of coming around you at the top end. So it's all boils down to, let's try and cut a good tree. Hey, Canada West Doorslammers, come on down ASAP to 5 and 6. Canada West Doorslammers, come on down. Red light start for John Jenkins. So Emily Gerard going into the final against Martin Rochelle. Emily Gerard clocks out 7:55 with a 4 on a 7:51 dial, 170 miles an hour. So John Jenkins just leaving too soon, wanting to take as much of a tree as he could to stay ahead of Emily Gerard. You know, that dragster charge at the top end. So 7:55, good for the win for Emily Gerard. So Canada West Doorslammers, we've asked you back to 5 and 6. I had a further explanation. It's not a real rush, but it's a rush. I understand that you know what that's all about. But anyway, the call is made. Canada West Doorslammers, 5 and 6 await for you. It's hot rod time. Started out with 36 cars in the hot rod category. It's a big field today, that's for sure. A big field this whole weekend for hot rod, presented by Badass Garage. So Doug Marshall is in the 62 Chevy 2, and Martin Jackman's in the 64 Chevelle wagon. Doug is dialed in at 10:11, and Jackman 13:01. 13:01 meaning he gets the handicap start, so check out his staging process. It is pretty careful. He leaves the line with the full handicap, but he left too soon. You see the red bulb come on. Win light comes to Doug Marshall. 62 Chevy 2. Going to get the win with a 10:13 at 130 miles an hour. Who will he face in the final? Well, that's a foregone conclusion because there are only 3 left in the hot rod category, and Dustin Hunter is going in the final. He has the bye run here. West Doorslammers, we need you to the lanes. We have called you to the lanes, Canada West Doorslammers, and Ken is all by his lonesome in the staging lanes waiting for you. He has got nothing to do until you get there, and he's in the blazing heat. So help out Ken Lowe by getting to the staging lanes, Canada West Doorslammers. Hey, so let's make that official now. Everyone who is still in competition, you can come down to the staging lanes for finals. Come on down. If you're still in competition in a final or semifinal or whatever it is, we need you back to the staging lanes ASAP. Here is the final in Sportsman. Glenn. Actually, we're looking at Hot Rod final. And so it is Glenn Fillingham and Randy Hermson. So Randy Hermson picks up the win, 13.95 at 93 miles an hour against Glenn Fillingham. So that is going to bring us down to our semifinal in the hot rod category. So just looking on the big screen at some of the great drone footage that we're seeing from the Valley Tech folks here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. You can see the cars in the staging lanes. We've got the semifinals set for West Coast or Canada West Doorslammers. I see all the cars there. Paul Stretch, John DeYoung, and Jason Field. So they are ready to go. And I can see Randy Hermson's car in the staging lanes as well. So that final looks to be set. We have made the call for anyone still in competition. If you're in a final, we could use you in the staging lanes right now, please. Bring them back up to the staging lanes. Just gas and go and get them ready. So we'll have your final up very, very soon. That's Sportsman, Pro, Super Shifter. All of you who are still in racing action, we need you back to the staging lanes, please. Once again, I'll take the opportunity to talk about the big hot rod reunion that is taking place here at Mission Raceway next weekend. We don't have any racing going on, but boy, do we have a lot of cars signed up to be on the property. Hot rods and custom cars all over the place. There's up to over 700 cars registered here. I'm not exactly sure where they're going to fit them all, but you want to make sure that if that's your thing, that you come on down next Saturday, because it'll be the reunion of 4 of the founding hot rod clubs of British Columbia. 3 of them, let's see, 2 of them celebrating 65 years, 1 of them 70 years, and 1 of them almost 50 years. So lots of history involved in the hot rodding movement, all here next Saturday at Mission Raceway at the BC Hot Rod Reunion. Hey, here's something for you. Are you under 25, the age of 25? Do you have a car or truck that you significantly contributed in building? Well, you know, if you answered yes to both of these questions, we want your car or truck in the Old Car Center Corral for our 25 under 25 contest. Vehicles entered in the Hot Rod Reunion of BC Custom Car Show can enter in this category and will be judged separately from the show by the Old Car Center. Many great prizes will be given away in our corral, and the winner will receive a $2,000 scholarship towards any post-secondary institution. We welcome all vehicle types, whether import or domestic, car or truck, but are limited to 25 entries, which will be in our 25 under 25 section right at the front of the show. Hey, I was talking about the drone coverage, and that is here provided by Still Reel Productions. So want to give a big shout out to Still Reel Productions for all of that great drone footage. Thank you very much. It is second to none. So here we go, Super Shifter final. It is Will Zorick and Scott Winterbottom. Scott in round 1 took out Alan Lougheed. In round 2, Scott took out Lynn Brook, and that put him into the third round, and Scott had a bye run, so that put him into the final. Will Zorick, on the other hand, took out Andrew Camello round 1, and then he took out no one in round 2 because he had a bye. In round 3, he took out Dale Posnick, and that put him in the final. And here we are. It's all happening. Scott Winterbottom, Tower side, Will Zorick on the spectator side, both from Langley. Handicap start to Will Zorick. He has been consistent through the day. Will he manage to pull it through one more time and stay out in front? He does not. Scott Winterbottom gets the win, 9-4-0 with a 4 at 137 miles per hour. So Scott Winterbottom is your Super Shifter champion here today at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So congratulations, Scott, and that whole team for all the work that they put into getting into the final round and then grabbing the trophy. So congratulations, Scott Winterbottom. So that brings us up to Canada West Door Slammers, presented this week by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. No matter where you are in the province, Greenlight Auto Financing is here to help you get approved on a vehicle. With over 1,500 vehicles of all makes and models, they'll deliver the vehicle anywhere in BC. So Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, the weekend sponsor for the Canada West Door Slammers. And here is our first semifinal. It's a pair. It is Paul Stretch and it is Jason Field. So Paul Stretch has been making his way through the field just like Jason. Stretch, a retired driver from Duncan in his 2002 Cavalier. 638 cubic inches of big block Chevy power under the hood. And Jason Field from Mission in the 71 Nova. He's also got a big motor in there, 632, but he's got some nitrous just to get a little bit of a boost going on. So Jason Field, VP Fuel Distributor, he gets the handicap start, and here comes Paul Stretch in hot pursuit. No red lights here. It's up at the stripe, and it's a win for Paul Stretch. Leaving here already in the points lead, I am positive. So Paul Stretch gathering up more points with that win, 729, 189 miles an hour, taking out Jason Field. Going into the final, Paul Stretch, his competition will be John DeYoung. John's got the bye run here. So John DeYoung from Abbotsford, sponsored by Total Dairy Solutions. 6-second car. So he has run this weekend 688. 684 was his best. And so looking to see what he wants to do to get into the final round. So he put 690 on the reader board for a dial-in. Pretty straight and true. He shuts off early, goes 746, 133 miles an hour. That's all he needed to do. John DeYoung going into the final against Paul Stretch, and we'll see them back in a few minutes. So that is a Canada West Door Slammers. Brought to you this weekend by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. Their full association sponsors, though, for 2022 include Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Total Dairy Solutions, the Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire, Alpine Backhoe, Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, and TCS Performance Products, along with Travel and RV, all the sponsors for 2022 that make the Canada West Door Slammers Series happen here at Mission Raceway. They have one more race to take place in early September here at Mission Raceway. That'll be race number 6. So we look forward to seeing them come back. But we have a final round that we look forward to seeing is coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. So while we have just a little bit of quiet time now, Randy Hermsen taking the beam for his hot rod semifinal. If you are parked by the motocross track, you know who you are. If you're parked by the motocross track, we need to make sure that you are out of there by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, okay? We need you out of there by 9 a.m. because there is a race at 10. So if you're parked by the motocross track and you're not out of there by 9, I cannot tell you what might happen to your stuff. Here's the other half of the hot rod semifinal. Dustin Hunter and Doug Marshall. Hunter in the Ford, 901 is the dial. Marshall in the Chevy, 1011. So classic battle, Ford versus Chevy. Dustin from Chilliwack, Doug from Enderby, 1011 is the dial in for Doug. He leaves first over on the Lordco lane. Here comes Dustin. Everybody's clean and green on the start, so it'll all be done at the stripe where Dustin Hunter picks up the win, goes 9:03 at 148 miles an hour. So Dustin Hunter going into the final of Hot Rod against Randy Hermsen, who coincidentally is right in front of us for the final in Sportsman. Hermsen in the first round took out Archie Limpright and then had a bye in the second round. In the third round, Randy took out Jim Mantle, and that got him into the final. Ken Christensen, on the other hand, he took out Steve Baskerville on the first round. In the second round, Christensen took out Sylvia Hoogston. Oh, no. Sylvia's up in the tower crying right now. And then Ken Christensen had a bye. So Randy Hermsen, Ken Christensen, semifinal rather. I should correct myself. It is a final in Sportsman. Hermsen still in Hot Rod final. So your winner here in Sportsman is Randy Hermsen, 13:58, 102 miles an hour for Randy Hermsen to take home the title in Sportsman. That brings us to the final in Pro Bracket. Jim Benke and Lorenz Schwartz. Lorenz 10:28 is the dial, and Jim Benke 10:16. So just a bit of a handicap start to Lorenz Schwartz. They're both pre-staged, and they're set. Win light comes on to Jim Benke. He runs a 10:18 at 129 miles an hour, 10:18. So Jim Benke taking home the trophy for Pro Bracket. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Final winner is Jim Benke. So congratulations to him. Worked his way through a pretty large field of cars. Made it into the final here today. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco. So we're looking at Super Pro coming around the corner here pretty soon. It's going to be a final between Martin Rochelle and Emily Gerard. If we take a look at how each of them got to the final round. Martin Rochelle in the first round, well, he was up against, let me just find out where it is. He was up against John Brenning, and he took John out in the first round, and then Martin took out Mike Stewart in the second round. Stewart from Langley, so Martin Rochelle moved on to round number 3, where he took out Wes Vath. And then in the fourth round, the semifinal, he had a bye run. Emily now, who he'll be facing in the final, Emily Gerard, she started the day taking out Al McKay Smith in her dragster. And then in round 2, Emily took out Nick Angelucci. In round number 4, Emily then proceeded to take out John Jenkins, and that put her in the final against Martin Rochelle. And so that's where we're at with the Super Pro category as we continue to work our way through the program. We have about 3 finalists yet to run, and so Canada West Doorslammer is probably taking a little bit more time to prepare their cars and cool down their cars, and so that is probably going to be the last of the day. But in the meantime, we do have a few more finals that we will be running here. Hey, attention all racers. We've had a jam-packed weekend, and you've probably been pretty busy. But if you have won a category and you know that your trophy is not in your hands, that's probably because we still have trophies up here in the tower, second floor, and there are some trophies that Dave Strell has waiting for you. So if you're looking for your trophies, they are up here in the tower. And again, we do want to notify all racers, all race winners. We're going to be taking photos after today's action under the winner's circle sign just on the bleachers. So all winners, we ask you to bring the car around for photos as we get set to put your picture and make you famous. Not that you're not already famous, but we'll make you more famous. Super Pro is the category, and here is the final round in Super Pro. Martin Rochelle and Emily Gerard. Martin Rochelle in the 1978 Malibu, and Emily Gerard in the 2001 Undercover. It's a dragster. That's what it is, from Chilliwack. So 754 island for the dragster. Martin Rochelle picks his trusty 1090. He's got that car set up so that it runs consistently in the 1090 index class. And so that's something he's taking full advantage of right now. He knows that number. He knows the car's performance on that number, so he is most confident about that car hitting the 1090 mark. Emily Gerard, 754. Based a little bit more around the tune-up and the temperature of the day. So Martin Rochelle gets the handicap start, and it'll be a couple seconds, almost 3 seconds of a handicap start. Emily will definitely have to be patient and waiting there, and then track him down before the 13-20 mile stripe. Go. It's green lights all around. Dragster going to get around the door car. Does not. Martin Rochelle picks up the win. He knew his car. He dialed in a 1090. He goes dead on 3. 1090 with a 3 at 126 miles per hour. Now, the Dragster was closing in fast because the margin of victory was 66 ten-thousandths of a second. 66 ten-thousandths of a second separated them at the finish line, and Martin Rochelle had his car's nose just that much ahead of the Dragster. A couple more feet, and Emily Gerard would have probably gone around him. So congratulations, Martin Rochelle. In the Super Pro category, you're the winner today here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco. So next up is a Hot Rod finalist. Let me take a look at who is in our final. It is Randy Hermson and Dustin Hunter. So that's who's in the final for the Hot Rod category today. If we look at Randy's performance from earlier in the day, Randy Hermson started in round 1. In round 1, he took out Brad Owens from Bellingham, Washington. So Randy moved on to round number 2, where he took out Jerry Brabander. And then in round number 3, Randy Hermson took out Brian Prescott. In round number 4, Hermson took out the AMC of Glenn Fillingham. And then in the 5th round, he had a bye, so he was able to move into the final in that fashion. Dustin Hunter took a little bit of a different route. Dustin Hunter in the 1st round took out John Nielsen, and then went into round number 2 and took out Ron Clark from Port Alberni in his Chevelle. So Dustin Hunter takes the Ford into round number 3 and takes out Rob Hodgson, our 2021 Hot Rod champion here at Mission Raceway. And then in round 4, Dustin Hunter had a bye, which put him into the semifinal where he took out Doug Marshall. And all of that set up the final 4 Hot Rod. Randy Hermson and Dustin Hunter, your finalists, will be showing up around the bridge in just a few minutes. So just because we have some time, this is actually kind of a grudge match that was supposed to have taken place earlier this year, and now is the opportunity that we have to do it. Obviously, Chris Stone over here, Tower Side in the Dart, and Scott Winterbottom in the other lane in his little Chevy Nova. So Scott turns on the red light. Win light comes on for Chris Stone. So he picks up a win at 10:17, 129 miles an hour. He dialed in at 10:17. He goes 10:17 with a 1. So dead on the dial with a 1. So we have 2 final rounds yet to run. 2 final rounds. We've got Canada West Doorslammers. Their final round will be coming shortly, and then we have the final round in Hot Rod. And that will mean we call it a day at that point. 2 final rounds, so just bear with us as the cars get the opportunity to be prepared between rounds, cool off a little bit between rounds, so they'll be there as quickly as possible. Hey, I just got a word up here. Jim Benke came up in the tower, and he just wanted to say a word to Dan Provo. Thank you very much. Hey, Jim, maybe you want to say it yourself. You want to thank Dan for his sponsorship, and how would you put it?
Thank you for sponsoring Shitty Jim.
So that's his words, not mine, obviously. So, hey, I'm sure he appreciates the sponsorship 110%. So keep doing it. Hey, so we went through the day's results for the hot rod category, how the finalists got to where they are, and now we are going to do the same thing for the door slammers. That final is going to be Paul Stretch and John DeYoung. So if we look at round number 1, Paul Stretch took out Mark Schupener from West Kelowna, BC, in his Lumina. So Paul Stretch from Duncan, he advanced into round number 2, where he took out Langley's Jan Christensen. And then Paul Stretch went one more round into round number 3 and took out Rod Leclerc, our number 1 qualifier. So Paul Stretch just moving on, making all the right moves in that car. Goes into round number 4 and takes out Jason Fields. So that's how Paul Stretch got to the final. As far as John DeYoung, we can take a look at John's performance throughout the day. And we've got it all listed on the big screen, so you can follow along up there. John DeYoung in the first round took out Howie Winklehorst. And then in the second round, he took out Peter Lakanis. And that put him into round number 3, where he took out Tom Katnick. And that put him into round number 4, where Jason Field fell victim to that 68 Camaro. Or sorry, in round 4, he had a bye. I was thinking it looked at Stretch's numbers there, but John DeYoung had a bye in round 4, and that's what put him into the finals. So Paul Stretch and John DeYoung just next up on the track as they get their cars prepared and cool down.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
From imports to domestics, Mcleod's drivetrain components are built to handle the abuse. Clutches, flywheels, and transmissions. Mcleod's 25,000 square foot manufacturing facility will accommodate you no matter what you drive. From the street to the track, become Mcleod equipped.
Hey, so race fans, we thank you for your patience as we're still waiting for some of the cars to get into the staging lanes. We need the finalists for Hot Rod and also for Canada West Doorslammers. They needed some time to prepare for their final rounds, and so we're getting just minutes away from seeing those two final rounds to bring our day to a close. So thank you so much for your patience. We see some track preparation taking place in anticipation of them hitting the track, so it won't be too long. Mentioned that we have two finals yet to run. I see that they are all in the staging lanes, and they've been getting suited up. And I hear cars running right now. Let's see, it's going to be Hot Rod. Hot Rod final coming up here. And it'll be Dustin Hunter and Randy Hermson. Made their way through a pretty stout field of cars this Sunday. So Randy Hermsen, he's over here on the tower side. He's been running that car for a couple of decades now, Randy has. 1356 is the dial-in that he has. He's a school bus driver from Mission. That car's a 58 Oldsmobile. Got a few fiberglass parts, but it's still heavy. It's still big, 3,800 pounds. Dustin Hunter in the other lane, well, it's a quicker Falcon. 64 Ford Falcon, 902 is the dial. So this is going to be an interesting race because Randy gets a big handicap off the tree. Dustin's going to have to just sit there and wait patiently. Hey, it's all green and there's not much difference in the reaction time. So is Dustin Hunter going to get around Randy Hermsen? He does indeed. Dustin Hunter picks up the win. 9:01 as they both break out. 9:01 with a 7, though, so he was just 3 thou under. So he's closest to his dial-in at 9:02, 149 miles per hour. So Dustin Hunter is your hot rod champion here on this Sunday's Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend. So congratulations to Dustin for all the work that went into that performance this weekend. And here we go with the final in Canada West Doorslammers. We talked about how they got to where they are in this final, going through the rounds. And it is John DeYoung and Paul Stretch. Our final of the day. Paul Stretch over here, tower side from Duncan. Mid-Island Engines, 2002 Cavalier. Big block Chevy under the hood, 638 cubic inches. And John DeYoung in his 68 Camaro, he's got 598 cubic inches under that scoop. Sponsored by Artex, Total Dairy Solutions. So John DeYoung is dialed in at 692. Paul Stretch, 728. So Paul is the one who's getting the handicap start here. It'll be a tough job to stay out in front of John DeYoung, and he's going to do everything in his power to do exactly that. He has run a best of 726 here this weekend. John, in the meantime, has run a best of 684 at 202. So here they get set and go. They are clean and green. And at the stripe, it's a win light for Paul Stretch. He pulls it through, 728, 189 miles an hour. Paul Stretch, your winner in Canada West Doorslammer action. John DeYoung right behind him, 698. But Paul Stretch had the better reaction time, an 0.28 to an 0.69, and that certainly helped get it down there at the other end. 728, dead on the dial with a 3, 189 miles an hour. So congratulations to Paul Stretch for all of their efforts getting to the final, and that is going to do it, ladies and gentlemen, for this weekend's drag racing entertainment. We want to thank you all for joining us here this weekend, whether it was 1 day, 2 days, or all 3 days. We thank you very much for taking time and money out of your entertainment budget and spending it with us here at Mission Raceway. We've got another big race coming up. You keep an eye out for that, but in the meantime, we want to thank all of the Mission safety crew, the safety crew out at the top end, the start line crew, and all of the tower staff that go to pull this thing off in a smooth fashion. So thanks, everybody, for your hard work, and thank you, all you race fans, for joining us. And if you're driving home right now, we urge you to drive carefully, and we look forward to seeing you back in a couple of weeks. Thanks again.